Howdy, howdy, howdy. How are you guys doing today? So, a bit of a surprise for you all, since today's a continuation of yesterday's stream. You get to keep the things you redeemed last night.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I'm so generous. Just please don't activate them through commands or you're gonna break everything. Anyway, this is a picture of me as cat food. Not the cat food, just a cat food. I'm going to make it me. Oh, I should have expected this. Alright, let me grab the jar. Okay, Thori, no, no, no! You don't get to silent lurk! You have to tell me one thing. Are there holes in the jar or not? Thori, I need to know if I can breathe! Thori! Thori, no! Let me out! God damn it. Fine. No! That doesn't work! Why didn't it work? Wait a minute, why didn't it work? Hold up, why didn't it work? Oh, I see, I see. Alright, let me... Did it work? There it goes. Alright, unfortunately you can't put Lois into the jar, because the jar is built of VTube Studio. So if you turn me into Lois, I am freed from my prison. I hate this sentence. Lois. Lois.
I am speed.
I hate hearing myself. No. Ah, it was the worst mistake ever putting my own voice into that. I've given you all too much power now that I know how to do these things, and I showed you how easy it was. Alright, are you cat fooding, Abby? Yeah, I'm cat fooding. I'm cat fooding young me into an Abra. Believe me, they would be fine with this. If I know young me, and I know young me. Alright, so anyway, once again, this is a subathon. If you gift subs, if you resub, if you drop a sub, you will get a sketch. The more you give, the more we'll put into it. It is not a time-based subathon, but it is, since this is the last chance for you guys on desktop. What did you... What? Or Morgan with a $10 tip for tacos and Baca Blast. Abby deserves spoiling. Aura, that was $10! You didn't have to give me $10 directly! I guess, Aura, if you want a doodle, go ahead, ask us. Yeah. Shut up and take my money. Well, no, let me explain it. If you hit manage your sub on desktop, you can sub for 6 months at the discounted rate, which means you basically pay $20 to get a tier 1 sub for the next 6 months to me. So that way, I did to... okay. Yeah, because paying $20 for 30 bucks of value is pretty good, you know? Like, if you know you're going to be subbed to me for 6 months, then just pay 20 bucks now and be done with it, you know? And that way you don't have to worry about that reoccurring payment for the next 6 months. If you could do it for a year, you could basically just tag them on till, you know, next September, pay 40 bucks to be subbed to somebody for a year, and they still get the payment every month. Like, it is the smartest thing to do right now. My resub isn't up for a week. That doesn't matter. You can do it now. You will pay early, but it won't actually, like, do the thing until then. So, like, it'll still do the thing. But, yeah. So, like, yeah. Like, there's still value in it. Is this going to capture the... No, it's having some weird problems. Hold up. How do you pull up the rules? Type !rules in chat. Anyway, Aura, what did you want? You did drop us $20. Or not $20, $10. How many would you say? If it was that much, I would say it would be equal to 2 subs. If they did 2 subs on Twitch. Because the sub is normally $5. Ah, 2 doodles. Alright, Aura Morgan, you get 2 doodles. Connie, with 2 subs as well. I have to start making a queue. Gift subs are currently discounted, so you can get 5 subs for 20 bucks. Exactly. If you want to drop 5 subs for 20 bucks, here's the great thing about that. You can also, instead of getting 5 subs worth of art, you could also get me to play pretty much anything as long as it's in my library or pretty cheap on Steam. Doodle and Abby getting her favorite Taco Bell item. I might be hungry. My favorite Taco Bell item of all time? That is a tough thing between the Crunchwrap Supreme, the double Crunchwrap Supreme with the extra beef, extra cheese, or the Cheesy Fiesta potatoes, but I wish there was more. I would say the Crunchwrap. The Crunchwrap's iconic. It's their Big Mac, you know? Finally, you can play La Lana 2 on Steam. No, you requested that during my birthday. I still have to play it. Literally, like the week leading up to my birthday, I'm gonna play through that backlog of games that I still need to play through. There's La Mulana 2, Platypus, Bad End Theater, Poifict Apocalypse, Try of Friendship, Subnautica Below Zero. Why is Blender in that list? How did that get there? Get you out of there. There's gonna be just a big stream of the backlog stream. Jesus Christ, my eyes! Pulling up refs. Do you need a ref of me? Oh, Connie, what did you want? More Dunspars and a Mimi, just get it in there. Okay. I need to get Abby really quick. Abra fan art. Let's get to my ref. So yeah, once again, if any artists out there are feeling creative, I now know how to turn myself into any PNG for a bit. Do with this knowledge as you wish. Sound so depressed about it. What about not artists? Make you sigh, I wonder. Don't worry about it. Don't look, I'm going to cry. Because you all are wonderful. Pull up the iPad and Procreate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look, Thomas came to me and suggested something that is incredibly cursed that could very easily be done. I want you to know this. This is danger. Very, very, very poignant meme, as it always was. That could very easily be done. I was getting food, but if you want me to join, I can. Go ahead, hop in the call and I'll add you. I have an art program open and I could easily slap it together. It's incredibly dangerous to hear. But yeah, this is our current... The sandwich has me right now. Oh no. Alright, how do I add, like, noise on top of this? Like, realistic noise. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Floodstains? Sure. I see Mimi on the top right, so winning right now. Aww. Why do I have the thought of Mewtwo changing personality types by changing different thigh highs? That sounds like a magical girl transformation, I'm gonna be real. Monochromatic patterns, then add some overlay with some noise stuff there. How do I do that? Wait a minute, Connie, how do I get to monochromatic noise patterns? There's a lot I need to know about this app. I don't know it's in materials. I mean, it's on the right side of the screen. What? Here, I'm gonna just alt print screen my CSP and I will send it to you. And then you can tell me where it's at. Ah. Okay. Cool. Thank you, Aura. It's a cute doodle. Thanks. Huh. I guess I have to add that as a view. Window material. There it is. How do I add an overlay then? I see you drag it on there. Okay. That works. That works actually really well to add noise. Alright, now let's give it the dorky soft lighting that, like, every studio portrait has. There you go. Oh, that works pretty good, actually. Just trying to add a little life here. Make sure nothing's on the eyes. There it is. Okay. I will put a cap on it there, and that'll be our first doodle for today. File save, file save. Alright. Let's get a new sheet, properly built out. Okay. So what was on the quay? Or Morgan, you wanted Abby enjoying Taco Bell, correct? Oh, Q is Abby eating Taco Bell. Yeah. Should get lunch from the fridge. But now I've opened Procreate. And I will get Abby eating Taco Bell. I need to make the holy hexagon. You know you gotta pull up that TB app for food refs. I'm good. I don't need it. I got it. I got it. I know the crunch wrap by heart. It's like the... Just like how I know my Subway. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else in the queue? I don't think there's anything in the queue right now, but if anyone did want to sub, they would get... Okay. Like... Casey and Aiden, if they're open on queue, $3 for a sub is so stupid cheap for their wonderful art. Because they could charge like 50 and get great business. This is literally a steal. Like, I'm a young artist. I'm early in my art career. They're veterans. They have seen some wars. Oh, there's Dunsparce in the queue? Ah. Thumbs would be facing out. But they are both very veteran, very accomplished artists. Oh god, you know what that reminds me? There was a time that, for some reason, our family knew a guy who was trying to make, like, a story about the Bible and wanted it animated. And came to Aiden, who was, like, 14 at the time, and tried to get them to animate a Bible story. Do you remember that, Aiden? It was through him. Like, I was, like, propositioned to make the site for them. No, I remember this because he took us to a bar to talk to this guy. Did he never tell you that he tried to... Oh my god. Yeah, no, you were like 14 at the time, and... Yeah. Basically, they tried to get me to make a site, and they were like trying to... Who put you in the jar? Don't worry about it. Thori. Yeah, it's Thori. Can you shake the jar? Actually, it's tied to my model, so yes, I can shake the jar. If you capture me, I think it freaks the jar out. I get, like, broken. Hi, hun.
Hi.
Oh my god. Are y'all good? No! 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 What have you done? God, yeah. No, putting me in the jar just sends it into the cyclone zone. Hearing our Thomas in the background say hi. Maximum trolling. Burgers go through the jar. Ah, you're hitting me with metaphysical burger. Alright. Imagine the biggest crunch sound in the background. Okay. Or, I hope this is exactly what you wanted. It is. Good. Abby very happy getting foods. Aw. Alright, I'm going to, really quick, post... Aw. The mess that would make. Lady in the Tramp with a crunch trap. Yeah. Alright. There we go. I put the blue sky out. How do you Lady in the Tramp a crunch wrap? No way you're gonna try and draw that. Too late, I'm already there. Or Thomas, I need a side profile. You're coming in with me. When a Lucario's snout get in the way. It's fine. I can figure it out. Actually, Lucario wouldn't get that deep into it. about here, yeah. About halfway in. I guess it was if it was two Lucarios trying to get at it, I guess. I require me and my son. Get me the boy! You can scale back the nose a little bit. What? What OMG? Is it what I'm drawing? Lady and the Tramping, a Crunchwrap? Just the intense eye contact, no time. It's required. First to blink loses. They don't get to goop up the, You know how when you eat a Crunchwrap, sometimes if they don't do it properly, there's like that hole in the middle where like the cheese and the goop comes out? Whoever blinks first doesn't get the goop. That's a very good Baja. Fuck high stakes. I know, right? What do you want me to do with this Baja you've sent me? Fight for the goop. Traced it from an image. Oh, nice. You could turn into Baja Blast. Can you give me one with it empty? When I talk, I'll be empty. Why am I so thick? Alright, I have to, like, remove the backgrounds off of them so they're clean. But I can do that really quick with Paint.net. I'm not an artist, so I just pretend to know what I'm doing with art. I wouldn't say same, because I feel like I'm no longer at that point where I can say same. I feel actually pretty good where I'm at. One as PNG, because saving it as a BMP is painful. I'll save as Baha2. .pung. No, it said as bitmap for some reason. Okay, so... Okay. There we go. I can be Baha blasted. Just said AFK for your food. That's fine. Let me quickly make a Baha reward and then link it to everything. Can someone send me the Taco Bell dong? Okay, in your DMs. Y'all work fast. Cool. I need to take that, convert to MP3, convert to OGG. Does anyone just have a good extension that does this in Firefox automatically? That way I don't have to keep using scuzzy sites that keep, like, doing stuff. And I don't know which one's the good one anymore. It's like every 3 days they get shut down and recreated, and I don't know if someone's fork of a site is actually that site. And that's the thing that, like, scares me a bit is... if doing that, you know, it breaks something. Okay, don't redeem Taco Bell just yet. I have to put it in the system. We get the Baja Blast hex color. And your... Alright, if I do this... Ah, good. I'm Taco Bell now. Delicious. Alright, so now I set the trigger to load from API. And I say Baja time, and I hit save. And I hit save again. Okay, So then if I redeem this... Perfect! Man, look, see how quick that is to set up? That's so scary quick how easy it is to set up. Oh, God. Okay. No, you can't redeem it when it's already happened. No, you've only doubled it now. It queues. I forgot it queues itself. Oh, my God. God. Look at that cute Umbreon. I have to make this Lucario thick, because Lucario is kind of thick. Kind of got them parachute pants. Uh-huh. The best 20 minutes I could ever spend, I guess. I mean, if it works. Alright, now I need to do, I need to unlock my canvas so I can put this, like, material register somewhere. I could always just, like, lock it down to here, can't I? Alright, we'll keep it hidden. Okay, what else was on the queue? Do you guys have anything on the queue? Do you guys anything? Nothing else in the queue. That means we gotta go around and spam this in a bunch of Discords and be like, hey, yo, subs. Get some people in here, get some people saying hi. Stream too early, everyone's asleep. No, what? Why? Why does the jar go into, like, tumble mode the moment... I don't know. I guess because it's, like, linked to me? Okay. Or you've spent a lot of points on this. This is dangerous. Thanks for the mate. Counter spell. Can you counter spell a counter spell? Can you counter spell a counter spell a counter spell? 21k points. I see, I see. Yo, is that a Tinkaton? Is that Tinkaton getting drawn? Hey, I got it by the face. And the ears. Enemy. Right, that literally is like the opposite of Corviknight. And you're like, fave Pokemon is Corv. Wait. Brothers and sister. I'm right here and I'm not a hammer. Not a hammer yet. Send a threat or a promise? Ah! I'm good. I can request a drawing of your OC. Yeah! It can almost be anything. There are restrictions, of course, for things. Keep it SS. Yeah. No basketballs without baskets. Please. Aw, thank you for the resub. Remember, if you manage sub, you can resub for multiple months.
All right,
and get a discount on future months that you might want to be subbed. Alright, if you want to send your Sona in, like a ref or something, that'll help us. Alright, Crow will take it. Where should I send it? You could just put it in, like, the Abby stuff, and then at, Crow's Feet in the Discord. That should be fine. There you go. Oh, it's Bird. It's Bird Cat. I know, Crow taking this is probably like... Alright. So Casey, you need stuff to draw too, right? Yeah. Alright. Y'all have been very generous. I'm wondering... Okay, is there anyone out there not sub with no financial ability to sub that I will gift a sub to? We don't have a lot of viewers, so the people who are here, I will gift a sub, and you get to pick a Pokemon that Casey will draw. Or, I guess, like a general thing. If anybody here isn't subbed and wants a sub. I think it was gifted a sub yesterday. If you pay it forward and gift a sub outward, that'll get you art. So yeah, if you got gifted a sub, if you pay it forward and gift a sub outwardly, then you'll get art. 'Cause, yeah. Ah, why? But yeah, we kind of need to, like, pay this out. Yeah, tier 1 is a sketch. Doodle, kind of like a loose, you know. Take that drink, I heard a cough. Alright. Yeah, tier 2 or 2 subs is, like, a little bit more, and then tier 3 is, like, $25 or 5 subs, somewhere around that level. Yeah, definitely, yeah, gifts are 25% off, steal some money from Amazon, get art. A gift sub is $3.75 USD, which is crazy cheap. Blaze, thank you for gifting a sub. They're paying forward a gift that they got from Munchie to Opossum Optimism. Yeah, and if you have a ref, drop it in the Abby stuff in my Discord, and one of the wonderful artists here will grab it. Tier... Thanks, I'm... Oh god, a sin. Yeah, tier 2, I would say line art, and then tier 3 is as hard as you want to go. Yeah. It is the artist's choice as to how hard they want to go, whether they want to give flats and some simple shading or whatever. You know. But yeah, Blaze, if you want to just drop your ref or whatever you want drawn in Abby's stuff, we'll grab it. I really need to also, like, put some, like, standards down for the way I draw Abby, because sometimes I do the inside of the ears white, or a lighter yellow, and sometimes I do a dark or brown. I'm wondering, like, if I should make, like, oh, hey, if it's white, this is an Abby from, like, X universe, where it's PMD, and if it's brown, it's from, like, Pokemon universe, where, like, she is just a wild Pokemon. She is just a bastard. Yeah, I always do brown for the ears. It helps differentiate our Abras more. True, true. Posted Ref and Abby stuff. I see it. Very cute. Are you implying Wild Abby would commit crime while PMD Abby would not? Wild Abby will do whatever it takes to get the Baja Blast, but PMD Abby has a job. She can buy her own Baja. Wild Abby doesn't have a means of income. I wonder if I want to do like a cropped hoodie where it doesn't go all the way down so you see some midriff. I don't know if that's really Abby's style. Nah, it doesn't really fit Abby. Abby's kind of long sleeves all year round. Cropped hoodie delving into fashion. Maybe it's like a cute summer apparel, but not like this late into the season. Nah, no tummy this late in the season. It is past tummy time. So, we got very lucky with our MFF room. We are literally in a hotel that is attached to the convention center. So that should be fun. Literally be able to just walk into the convention center and not actually go outside. But if we want to go and, like, look at Chicago, we can. Yeah, Mimi would wear it in the middle of summer. Yeah. Mimi would wear it in the middle of winter. Mimi would wear it anytime. Okay, so now I'm just trying to think of, like, because we're kind of like at a, like, we're waiting for anyone who wants to art, or wants to get art or give art. I guess I could swap over to, like, Vampire Survivors until someone subs, or VTuber Vampire Survivors, since that was the only game suggested for this. Ugh. But I will happily hop on a drawing. I'm just waiting for more drawings. Y'all have to give me stuff to chew on. Y'all have to give me stuff. I'm not gonna... I've already done my daily drawing, which is the Abra Taco Bell trifecta. So we'll play more VTuber Vampire Survivors and try to get the Fox Girl. How about that? We're actually really close to 100 sub points. Shadow-looking girl in the back. Yeah. She's all like tarot cards and... I don't know. She throws tarot cards and then, like, deletes people. Huh. High risk, high reward? Sure, let's do it. It is definitely a bop. The game has great music. So I'm wondering if whoever made this took attentiveness to figure out which of, like, the people were, like, vegan and made it so it didn't drop burgers. Like, drop, like, a nice quiche, salad. Not a quiche. Quiche is egg. But you know what I mean. I hope it drops a quiche on those who can't have egg. Yes, please. I should get this game when I take a break from drawing. It is free. Yeah, get me the power milk. Yeah, it's basically a reskinned Vampire Survivors, but with HoloLive girls. Does HoloLive have any, like, males in it? Or is it all girls? There are a number of things that differentiate main pain as Vampire Survivors. Yeah, I would think that the main thing that separates it is you actually have full control over where your weapons are firing. That's like one of the big things about this is you control where your weapon goes and, you know, how you tackle a situation. Man's face had a burger in it. Yeah, I need some lifesteal. I have no means of healing right now. Besides just random burgers, I need healing. Yeah, the healing right now is kind of countering everything. And her special ability is just OP in general. Her special ability is get your super just all the time. Just always use your super. Always have your super, always use your super. Why? How? What a shot! Swear I never miss. Are you swift? Because you never miss. Why hasn't anyone made that a pickup line? Hold up. Like, is it like a legitimately alright pickup line? Watch out for all the nat 20s I'm gonna roll in that Cobalt campaign. The naivety. Ah. What's up? Buzzing. I didn't hear a buzzing. Oh, my phone was going off. Hold up. I missed a call. And if it's an important call, they'll leave a message. It's a 267 number that I don't recognize, so I'm just sort of like, I don't know if you're real. Yeah, it's likely spam. Keep getting calls in Spanish. I get calls in Chinese. Like, it'll like open up and be like, Ni hao. I'm like, oh, well, this is not for me. But that also makes me think, like, how big is the scam industry that they're, like, putting out Chinese first over English? I got one that was very interesting. It was FedEx trying to call me over a lost package, but then halfway through the message, it changed to Chinese. And I'm just like, you know, you could have got me in the first half, but yeah, you dropped the ball pretty hard there. Oh yeah, no, I definitely, now that I'm eventually going to have to get rid of the phone that I love, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I love my LG, but unfortunately, I should probably replace it at some point and get something that is actually built for the modern era, rather than continue to try and suffer. Just got in Abby's in a jar and in a maid outfit. That's about right. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Andrew. Yeah, Pixeler Galaxy, pretty much, yeah. Unfortunately. I would love... Oh my god! Oh no, y'all are good? Oh god, it keeps going. Y'all are brutal. Y'all are just brutal. Still cannot replace the clang of the pee-pee. Great. We gotta show them the new stuff. What, like every person that walks in here needs to see my Sonic OC? Oh my god, you're huge! Deleted. Y'all having fun? Yeah. Remember, guys, if you sub, you do get a doodle. Yeah, we're waiting for y'all to drop a sub. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, if you have a Sona or not. You can just get a doodle of something that you like. And it's only for a sub, and if you're already subbed, you just gift a sub, and that'll work too. A B-tuber, a Baja-tuber. Do you want to get Baja blasted? But yeah, no, like, we're like more than happy. Enchant. Ah, bonus damage on the enchant. Nice. Silly Hololive Vampire Survivors. Yeah. We're just trying to find stuff to do. We want to do stuff. Give us art. Give us torment. Little mice. So, like, is there an eventual win condition, or do you just keep going until you die? Think it's for an hour? Oh my god.
Okay, well, I guess I'm small now. Level boss is at 25 minutes. Okay, okay.
Alright. Yeah, because I saw the massive Kyuubi. We'll get the beam. Yeah, reducing the cost of the enchantment seems to keep me pretty good right now. We're gonna have to kite this man. Keep him at bay. The beam does a lot of knockback, though. Is there any reason why I would drop willingly? It feels like a bad idea. Why would I drop any upgrades when I know it'll work for me? I have lifesteal. But I feel like this game requires more than one source of lifesteal. Another lizard men. Enchant this bucket of lava. He's a bigger bucket. Damn, I didn't see them behind the tree. That's fine. Blacksmith's gear. Normal animals can be used twice. Applies to animals. Okay. The fox is in the gamers tier, I see. I think that's the fox. Fubuki? Alright. Guess you can get different outfits. Hey, yep, I'm in the jar. Howdy, friend. Okay. So yeah, no. He's a fox. Okay, then we know exactly what we're on about. I guess we should play someone else. Sure, we'll go tentacles. Who doesn't like tentacles? But yeah, no, right now, any subs you guys drop, whether you gift a sub or you sub self-sub, will get you a wonderful piece of art done by, Casey, Aiden, which are Froggy Cereal and Crow's Feet in chat, respectively, or myself. We'll give you a sketch, and the more you give, the more you'll get. They want to do art. I want to do art. Make me do anything. Speed and attack level 2. Yeah, that'll probably be the things we... Oh my god, your tentacles are massive. Andrew! That's a tier 3 gift! Okay. Goddamn, what do you want? That's the whole shebang, the kit and caboodle. She is the Kraken. Ah, I see. I want Gigantor sitting in a recliner reading the Pathfinder 2e core rulebook, or as close as you can get. Had some space in the grocery budget at the end of the month. I mean, yeah, it works. If you got snacks for movies, you know, that, yeah. Okay. That's a heck of a request. Well, yeah, no, I mean, you had to see the Paw Patrol movie. It was a bit of a request, but if it's too much. Alright, I guess that is... you got this, Abby. Take the challenge. Alright, let me finish this run and then I'll do it. So, yeah, DM me the full request and I will get started on it. Thanks. Someone dropped a reference for the highly detailed steel. God. So these little guys heal. I see, I see. Yeah. My God, he's massive. He just keeps getting bigger. We're doing great on deeps, though, like... You know how I said we're doing great on deeps? Well, not anymore. Wipeout. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let me get a new canvas out for this. We're only one away from 69. Who wants to be the big 69 sub? What? I can rethink this request if it's too much. I will figure it out. Let me find pictures of recliners. 69th sub will also be the 100th sub point. Oh yeah, no, like that's actually a really good convenience. Alright. That's a recliner and Thori! Congrats, Sleek. Thori, what do you want? Didn't update. Give it a second, give it a second. A Cricketune sketch. Now, do you want the GM core? Or do you want the core rulebook in general? Or like the player core or the GM core? Or the general core, whatever Pathfinder rulebook is easiest to draw. Oh, I was just gonna overlay it on top of a book. Be smart about it. If that's the case, GM core, please. Okay. Might be a bit of a pain in the butt to get this rotated into place. I have an aesthetic to preserve. Yes, true. That book does look sick, yeah. Now, how reclined in the recliner? Are we, looks like he's sitting straight up in the recliner, or am I reclining this recliner? Just sitting normally. Okay. It's a hell of an aesthetic. A distinguished gentleman reading a book after dinner. Alright, so we have a recliner. Let's get Gigantor in it. Gigantor's body is... egg. Ah, Snowbell. Okay, so trying to figure this out. Okay. Crack the neck a little bit. Ugh. Oh, the phone is capturing me weird. 1 second. It does not like it when it's like sideways. There it goes. Baha. Ah. Yeah, figuring out that body shape is going to be interesting. Hi, Thori. Yes, I did take my E. I have to take my afternoon E, but I took my morning E late, so I have to wait on that. What about the second breakfast E? What about 11Z's E? What about third breakfast? At what point does breakfast no longer get to be third breakfast and turns into brunch? Like, is it a point in time or what? When does breakfast lose the privilege of being breakfast? It's always breakfast. Not at McDonald's, it ain't. It receives a certain meat threshold. What you eat. Would you call scrambled eggs and hash browns after 6 p.m. breakfast or dinner? Huh. I mean, I guess it depends on whether or not your definition of breakfast comes with the foodstuffs that you're having it. Yeah, that sounds like breakfast for dinner at that point. Like, there are some breakfast items that are solely in the breakfast zone. Like, pancakes, waffles, cereal, the breakfast zone. But I'd say a good scrambled egg can be an anytime meal, depending on how it's served. Now, that doesn't mean you're limited to eating breakfast foods in the breakfast time. I know I've gone to diners at 4 p.m. and gotten pancakes, like any other civilized individual. Say, call it whatever you want. True, true. there ever forward-facing Gigantor, or do they always have this guy, like, at an angle? Still hasn't updated to 69? Huh? I see it here. There we go. Nice. Oh no, the nicest is... How do we get that head right? There is no neck on this man. Hydration check. I have water here. So I do ask you guys stick around because we are going to, once the art, I guess, kind of wraps up with Casey and Aiden heading out, what we're going to do is we're going to get a call with Andrew. And we are going to build, import, and use in combat a Pathfinder 2e character from scratch together. I'm gonna post it in, you know, the tabletoppers as well, so that way y'all have a resource to look at what we're gonna be doing and build it out yourselves, so that way you guys can start, you know, figuring things out. Is that going to be today? Yeah, we're going to just build it, like, it's just going to be us and them building out the character. But, like, if you guys want to throw in your suggestions for what, you know, creation we create, go right ahead. What was Abby talking about? What we're doing, Andrew, later today. We're going to be building out a character, importing them into Roll20, and testing them out in a combat encounter. Session 0. Basically just like a quick little character so people can see, like, you know, what they're getting themselves into. But it would just be like a solo character, so, you know. They will get bodied unless they fight like a one version, like there's just one dude here. He is just here. Alright, so hands. If you're gripping a book, I need to hold like a book. Yep, we'll have questions for anyone who has, yeah, Big Trouble in Little Absalom as well. Or Little Trouble in Big Absalom. Apologies. Because the kobolds are small. They only cause a little trouble. Okay, so you would have thumbs coming here. What in the heck is this song? Oh, this is like when you come back to N's room. And it's like screwed up because it's like years afterward. So, like, the pitch is all screwed up and everything, because, like, the room's distraught and destroyed. I might have to steal Artomis if they're awake. How do you hold a book? Like, what do your fingers like if you're holding a book? Not like this. Hold books by the corners or the bottom by the spine. Do not pick up the book by the spine. It will no longer trust you. You could give the book emotional damage. Okay. How 2 fingers? Oh, hey, we talked about this song yesterday. We're moving forward from this song. I'm clearing this up to give myself some room. Gigantor having 4 fingers does not help me. How do we get these fingers to play nice? This is always the big question, huh? Gigantor's fingers are weird. Like, they move on just straightforward fulcrums, but they don't as well. It's a cartoon, so, you know, whatever. So we'll cut this down a bit. Okay. Pull this back to the joint. How? And I'm going to put this whole assembly and move it upward. Okay, so we have the hands. Now let's get the... Got, like... controls on the wrist. Like antenna, almost. Then they come down to tubes here. I mean, I get that works. That works, and it looks relatively correct. Look at him shake his butt. Jimmy Sparks would probably like this picture. Who's that? Okay. Oh, he controls Gigantor, I see. Right, the kid with the remote. Yeah, the robotic body is not easy. It's very much shapes, but it's getting the shapes to convey properly what's going on here. It's shapes work, but leaving it at shapes work rather than, like, making it, you know, the rest of the animal. I think that works, though. Alright, there's body detailing that needs to be done, though. He's got this belt. And he's also got, like, this green bar around his, like, chest. For other details, it's all just a lot of tubes. It's all just a lot of tubes. Alright. I'm gonna take a moment, get a quick break, walk around a little bit, grab a pretzel from downstairs, but I will be back. I'll leave you guys with big old Gigantor, some music, and Aiden and Casey. And their drawing of things and stuff. And if you guys, you know, do anything and want art, say something, please. Do it. Do the sub. Alright, 1 second. Let me make this huge. There it is. Alright, I'll be back. Enjoy the tumbling jar. Ah. I'm back. I got me a pretzel. It's pretty good. though a little salty. Thank you for the welcome back. I'm just eating a pretzel right now. But if you all have any idea on things that you want and got $3.50, you're able to. Almost done the pretzel. I'm just vibing with some tunes. And also relaxing my hand. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely like doing the finger stretches and cracking them and stuff. But yeah, drop a sub, get a sketch. We've like tripled our amount of subscribers. Y'all are fantastic. You can get a nice doodle of whatever you want, within reason. Till the end. Thank you for the follow, friend. This is like the most copyright safe way to ever listen to these songs. Alright. We don't evolve here. We evolve internally, not externally. This Michelin man got like inner tube tires. Very, very difficult. I wouldn't say difficult design, actually, nah. I'd say it's a very unique design. It's a very interesting design. It's very, like, definitely from the 60s, and a lot of its, like, design ideas and angularity. It's angular. Okay. But we're trying to, like, keep consider to the design and use, like, lines rather than do freehand stuff. It will look better in the long run by doing it this way. It's one of those trust the process sorts of things. That's what they say. Trust the process. Jar. Hi, Brun. I'm in the jar. Yeah, no, it definitely helps the design very much come together by using these lines instead of, like, freehanding this. The problem is me just zooming in on the right place to start making the next lines. Alright, we can be smart. Let us get the object selector and just 1, 2, 3, Control C, Control V. You didn't Control V. Hello? Shift, shift, shift. Okay. Then we can eliminate, the stuff we don't need. Perfect. Okay, cool. Better. Cool. We're slowly assembling a robot. Okay. Da, 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 da. The fingers might have to be a bit more difficult. They're definitely not going to be easy. It's fitting personality into this as well, which is going to be interesting. Because right now, all we have is lines. Come on. No! No, I want to take the outer level of the curve. That guy. Yeah, move him in. There we go. The main issue is this line here and this line here probably should sit on top of where this is coming in. Yeah, like that. There we go. Welcome back. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, paste to where that would be. Is this I'm trying to think of what music this is. I think this is Az's theme when he gets his little flower back. I think that's what this music's from. Sounds right. Yeah. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, like, Az's theme is that dun 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 dun. Or like anything referencing the Great War of Gen 6. An analog for the 100 Years' War. Between them and Galar. But we didn't know Galar existed yet. Ah. Why? When's the 4X about the 100 Years Poke War? Thank you for the bless. I assume at some point they'll talk more about it when the remake happens. I need like a multi-point line. Can I do a... Would that be a Bezier curve? We don't evolve here! Yeah, no, this is interesting. I don't know how I'm going to do those curves. I wonder if I just do some, like, ellipses. Like, how do you... If I go with a simple curve and just go across here... Does that work? How do you get these to work? Like if I free-handed them... Wait, they're not even orbs. They're like... smaller. And then the knee would come up to, like, here. Would that be more correct? Let's get rid of these internal bits. That feels more correct, actually. That second bit here is just like too rambunctious, but okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. I think that's the most important bit, is we're figuring out how this thing works. Hey, just in time. Tomorrow's Halloween, baby! The month of Halloween! October's not a real month, it's the month of Halloween, baby! Side effect! Oh no, I'm a spinning jar! No! It doesn't know where to put me! Alright, I'm back. Hi, side effect. Hi, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, welcome! See, it's this kind of stream I see. They're going. They're gone. Anyway, welcome, friends. We are doing a fun little subathon where if you guys sub either myself or my brother or brother-in-law, Crow's Feet and Froggy Cereal in chat, we'll draw whatever you want us to within reason. And since subs are heavily discounted for the next rest of day, you should probably get on that. The more you sub, the more you get out of it. If you gift subs because you're already subbed, then you can get something as well. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to draw Gigantor reading a book. A very specific drawing that it's for a very specific purpose. probably should figure out how to... Right now, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this thing framed up to look good. Gonna raid and run after I'll be back after I get something cheap to eat. Sounds good. But yeah, subs are cheap, at least for most parts of the world. So if you're interested in dropping a sub and dropping, you're more than welcome to. We would love to have you. Oh, somebody's driving all aggressive down the road. Don't know if you guys heard that at all. Probably not. Stupid drivers love it here. Oh yeah, no, this is a stupidity haven. You know, what's great is when you hear that, and then a couple seconds later, you hear the cop noise. Like, alright, well, you really played yourself there, one. I've only seen it once where someone tried to drive off on the shoulder on I-95 and cops chased that MF. Hell yeah. Though, to be fair, that's like the time when a cop should be chasing. Because that shoulder is legitimately reserved for emergency vehicles. And to use it for that purpose is like, you know, kind of a big no-no. That is there for ambulances, not for that guy. Hey, Spooky Bun. Uh-oh, she is in the jar. Yeah, they put me in a jar. And by they, I mean Thori. No! See ya, Aura. You have a good one. One day you too will become a Baja Blast. It will happen to me. It'll happen to you too. Try to be careful to, like, pick the lines out. Without doing something like that. Alright. Now it's the hands. Okay. This is the part that I've held off on the longest. Besides the couch. The couch is a couch. The couch is getting free-handed. But the hands. This man's hands. Ugh. Is there a pen that just is always at the same width all of the time? I would like to know if there's just a pen that just is always at the same width all of the time. Check out markers. The Millie pen. Okay. Ugh, hands. I hate hands. You can change the min size and brush settings if you want to deselect it and keep it consistent. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this whole layer and then afterwards do the vector adjustment set to size 6. Freaking my Rhythm Game Festival had the Dream Festival I just had to pull on. I didn't know it would take a whole hour to do that and claim the rewards. Oh god. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I should probably check on, like, my Pokemon in sleep. Thank you for the follow, friend. Check out on them sleepies. Them sleepy... Okay. Let us see if there's anything... Hi there, my name's Jackie, and I'm an Othe and Corgi and Otter hybrid. Ark ark. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have a good time here, Jackie. Jax? I assume I'm pronouncing it correctly because I don't want to butcher it otherwise, and that's the name that immediately came to brain. But welcome, friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, Munchie. Crow's internet is freaking out. Alright, Alright, for now, we'll fix this just back to single view. Hold up. We're back now, just weak. Ah, okay. Ah, okay, it's being busted right now, so it screwed the layout. There it goes. Oh, Coda! Is that Coda, Cam? That's Coda. Coda's the dog. You've probably seen him a couple times if you watch the stream for a while. He's... Usually when... You know, when he's lonely, he will run up here and be a friend. He's EP on couch. I just woke up and you're already in the jar. Yeah? That's life sometimes, man. Sometimes your day just starts in the jar. Ah. And now the jar is freaking out. Oh my god! You did it again. I didn't put myself in the jar this time. But yeah, we're gonna do some character creation coming up for Pathfinder. Should be fun. This is significantly easier to work with. Pathfinder is going to be so fun. Bunch of kobolds just running around. For some people, that is a dream come true. Let's put it like this. For a lot of people, that's a dream come true. Okay, so... What was that? Oh, it's mother and daughter. What is this? Right, this is Go Park, where you go and catch bastards. Go! Catch a bastard! Alright. Kinda got that Sims 2 beat. It do. Like I'm about to build a house or something, you know? Zibbity baba. Zooby zabba. Gra. Flower schmurble do. Zaba. Sansei wansei do. Zug zug. You're wrong language. Paradox Sims looks okay. Wait a minute, is Paradox making a Sims? Did you not hear by Life by You? No, I did not! Alright, hold up. Gotta go Google it really quick. Life by You. Not Life Orb. Life by You. I have not heard of this. Paradox has been gunning for Max's games, so I'm down. Alright. This was 6 months ago? Gay, 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 gay. Wait a minute, wait, whoa, hold on. Was somebody having a breakdown at work? Oh my god, they're having a breakdown at work! That's so real, for real, for real! Oh. Oh. Yeah, no, this is 6 months ago. I'm curious what a modern look at this would be. Is this in-house Paradox? I think this is in-house Paradox. Alright, when's the, like, latest... I'm sure that they probably put out a more recent video.
Hello and welcome. It's Rocio, community.
Yeah, it's Sims by Paradox.
And this video for it. Let's go ahead and actually make ourselves a room.
I want to see, like... Gameplay update. All right, let's see
everyone, How
gameplay.
you doing? It's Rod again.
Oh, Rod, why do you look so sad?
The dishwasher and tagging and economy video that we had a few weeks ago. So first of all, thank
Tags.
you for your input. And
You can look for
welcome
items
to
by
go
tags.
with,
Okay.
Well,
Look at this.
several of the suggestions that I read in the comments, so thank you. But what I do, and I've already done it for you, so you can see this. It'll walk you through
Oh, you can make your own stuff, and you can make tiers of stuff as it degrades.
A lot of money changes, so the team went and finished this lot, or they've continued to.
Why, Abby? Why are you in a jar? Because someone did it. Someone put me in the jar. Let's videos, and let's just go by most popular. 6 months, 2 months. I manage a household. Why aren't you in the jar? Wait a minute. Rod, why do you look so sad, Rod?
Every week I've made a video internally with colleagues, just me playing the game. They were like 10, 20 minutes time here, but I do want her to have...
Censored by community manager, we are currently improving feet. Community manager's like, nah, they don't get feet. No feet.
Is here or inland, and the cheaper stuff is inland. And as I quite often I will
Feet bar reel.
as well.
It was a very good community manager.
We'll stick with what we got, which is Woodview Cottage, which is cheap. Get a chance to see the.
Oh god, you have to get a mortgage when you buy a house in this version? Oh my god, you have to get a mortgage and pay off your house.
Up in the package. This is where in this house the packages get delivered.
Thanks for giving me Doritos. They can't get in the jar though. This life sim is a little too real. You get a mortgage. It's like a modern Sims 3, honestly.
And
It is missing the music. Hold up. Let me
start planting this stuff.
It really needs that
And
Sims
I'd like to
music.
see the social feed from other people downtown. Okay, let's do this one. But I promised I wouldn't use the phone in this demo because the phone UX, a lot of the UX has been tidied up, done, or improved, but the phone UX in particular hasn't used in chance. I will honor that. If I accidentally do, just don't comment.
I mean, with the music, it works. I know you have bills, but I don't think you get a mortgage in The Sims. Let's go to the most replayed bit. Oh,
So this is the autonomous conversation, or go in and
you can see conversations.
let's see the choices that we have. It's been fun. Or the option. Just play around with it.
Watch the first mod for this be adding Sims music.
Pretend you didn't see it.
The first mod for the Sim City game they made was adding Sim City music.
Yeah, at a 6% chance of help. Otherwise,
No more speech bubbles with dollar signs and toilets. I mean, actually, I know that's part of the Sims charm, but it also is swinging a bit too close to The Sims. But now you actually get his voice in, like, how the conversation goes. Which is interesting. You actually tell them what to say directly. Rather than just be like, flirt, 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 kiss, kiss,
Oh,
kiss, kiss.
I guess there's a little magic there. Let's try one more. Take off. Well, actually, I don't have. I'm going to change this.
Oh, no Smeargle Figgle baby. You can directly just give them text? Wait a minute, what?
Let's see what happens.
You could directly tell them what to say?
I remember the replacement one was okay. I'll take that.
Should I make my Sims say to one another?
Let's see if she wants it.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is an acceptable use for AI in my book. Being able to make your Sims say whatever, and on the other side they get a reaction. Oh, that's dangerous and cool. I like AI in this sense, where it's used to immerse the player in the game. Temp, you receive 100. Wait a minute. Human XP? My first Sims furry RP. You receive 100 human XP. Do you see that? Oh my god. Ah. Human XP. Weak. You got the farm elf XP. Can it do co-op? I'm not sure.
Let's do that.
Always wanted to do co-op. There is like Sims 1 online, but that's Sims 1.
Online store.
That's GTA. You're right. GTA.
Let's go.
Look, I'm gonna go out and talk to random people to grind really quick.
So, right now, you have it so you do need to go back to your vehicle to get into your vehicle.
Wait, you don't keep a pocket car anymore? You actually have to park your car and go to it? No teleporting. You gotta park your car and go into it. Yeah.
Parked and see people having to go back to them, or like if they parked out front of the restaurant and they went for it. Oh, I didn't get my seashells. You know what? We'll do crafting. We will do crafting. Okay,
Huh.
let's see now she's going to go. Oh, is she going to do that? No. Oh, yeah, she is. Yeah, she is. Okay.
Woo! That car movement. All right, I can tell it's a little bit still in the works, but it's Paradox. They'll take their time with it. They'll get it done right. They walked through the car. They did. Ghost cars. That and pocket cars. Cities has got ghost cars and it's got pocket cars. Though, thankfully, in the next cities, pocket cars will be a thing of the past. I'm excited to see how that breaks everything. Because now you have to actually put parking down in your city. The simulation is advanced to the point that we have to deal with parking. This is literally just Paradox's attempt at converting everybody to a carless society. Which I'm fine with. I'm waiting for that one time I fill it in, and it's gonna, like, fill out the whole page. No! Peter! The hell are you doing here, Peter? Thanks. We've baha'd my blast. Blast my bahole. Peter, the horse is here. Did I put those lines in the wrong layer? God damn it. Again. Thanks, Motivational Team Rocket. Hi, Daisy. Bro, if Meowth from Team Rocket and like the other shit, like if Meowth and like James from Team Rocket were in your corner cheering, you could literally do anything. She Jesse on my James on my Meowth. That's right. That's wrong. Thanks, JPEG compression. I know exactly what color I was grabbing. Freaking inner tube ass, man. Why is JPEG so crappy? Yeah, it's all about size compression. James, do got that Riz. Waluigi also got that Riz Rose. I guess. Tall purple men with roses. Actually, there's a Fire Emblem Three Houses character that's like that. I guess. Sushi is a dangerous thing to say right now. James slays in men's and women's clothing. So does Jesse. You're right, you're right. Control-Shift-T. I'm trying to get this just right so I can, like, move this. If I do this right, then it should retain itself pretty well. Taking a handbrake? Understandable. Understandable? Oh. Side effect. Thank you. Thank you for this gift. Best I've got. I just did 7 hours of Pokemon Go. Understandable. I need to find a better back and spine. Honestly, this isn't working. Pathfinder 2 GM book. does the back of the books look like? The problem is, like, I have it folded open. I need a picture of the back of the BM core book. Let's see if just adding the word back. Does anyone take a picture of the spine in the back? Can I get a pic of the back of a book? Yeah, the main issue is finding anywhere that has the back of the book. That and I have to, like, put pages in it, too. Think I got you? What are you gonna do with the book's spine? I don't know, have you ever seen Batman? The Dark Knight Returns? Maybe a little of that. The Dark Knight Strikes Back or whatever. Electro-Digna Ranky. Just bucket the book? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The discount Poke Rap where they couldn't get anything to say it. They just used goddamn, like, Pokemon cries. Oh god, this is so bad. The discount Poke Rap hurts me. Is the voiced version copyrighted? No, this was on an N64. There's no way they could have kept all those lyrics on the damn thing. Would have broken it. Yeah, no. Space limitations of the previous generation of consoles. Right. This This is a hell of a song. Arceus Phase 4. Just like, alright, kid. Fuck you. God's done with your bullshit. Arceus has 4 phases? Yeah! That's more than your typical JRPG final boss. Yeah! The Arceus fight does not fuck around. Game's legit like, alright, you made it to God. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Yeah, no. This game does not allow you to cheese him with a Master Ball. Game Freak learned its lesson. God does not get cheesed with a Master Ball. This is noise, not music. Yeah, it's like the panic phase, so if we start it proper. It's almost got like an Alien vibe to it. Like Alien versus Predator almost. Like it's still like this beast. You have come to this land, and you violated it with your presence. Even though I'm the one who put your ass here. That's not a spoiler, that happens in the first 3 seconds of the game. But yeah, no, it gets like more and more sinister and distorted. But it's still got that low reverberation of like, this is the beast. The beast that's pissed the hell off at you. It is literally angry god syndrome. The problem is, like, this side bit is so crusty. Compared to, like, the high-quality GM core image that's here. It angers me. I can fix it. Abby, how do you fix it? It's like part of the book. How do you do that? By using every bit of my brain possible and doing something stupid. I'm gonna remake it. I have the asset. I can do it. But yeah, as the battle continues on, like... Fly transformation. Okay, and then we basically just disguise the mess that's underneath here. I'm gonna do a 25er. But it's this really cool fight, because it's just like, damn. God is legitimately just done. Is the Pathfinder font? I don't know. I can steal it. Actually, I could steal this. I'm a smart person. I can steal things. Wait a minute. Mama taught me good. Losing at a gold medal. Captain Scorpio time? Yeah. A little bit, yeah. Is this Deoxys? Oh, this is the Battle Factory. I love stealing. I love taking things. Hey, Iron Snivy!
I'm Yell.
Hi. Congrats! You get yourself free art! Yeah, to you too. To claim it, just say what you want people to draw. Pog? Alright, you heard Pog. Any meow stick, let's go. Alright. Every meow stick, let's go. Any meow stick. Meow stick's pogging, got him. Wait a minute, why do I have the gay? I see that now. No! Bring them back! They're gone now. Oh, I missed. It is also getting close to 5, so I know the art section will be coming to a close. I just have to figure out how the hell to get, like... Oh, God. Okay, I have to figure out how the heck I'm going to do the back of this book, though. Book. I'm just going to find some generic Pathfinder art. No, why did you do this to me? Ugh, okay, well... Alright, well... Hi. Yeah, no, that's, Look at that. That's a just juicy art. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just trying to clean things up a bit. Control-Shift-T. Then figure out where to put this. Control-V and Control-Shift-T. Yo, certified banger alert. Hold up. I'm turning it up. You get a volume 1000. God damn it. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Alright. When you had a triple it, yeah. So, fun fact about that song. For those of you who don't know, the original anime, I think that's the theme song of the original anime in Japan. Of the Pokemon anime theme song in Japan. Let me do a little Googling. Let me find it. Pokemon anime theme song JP.
Pokemon get daze!
So that is the... Welcome, cutie. You're cute, Faith. Oh, sorry. I saw the silent lurk after. So that's... Yeah, I'm syncing it up so you guys can hear it better, but like, yeah, no, this is... yeah, and then, you know, it goes back into it, but yeah. But yeah, no, that's the same, that's this theme. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba 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 ba. I think that's a really cool and fun Easter egg. Well, not Easter egg. It's a direct goddamn reference. But still, like, it's really fun to hear that. OG's Pokemon Stadium awakens some emotions, yeah. I mean, the OG Pokemon Stadium announcer is goddamn legendary. Do we know who the hell that was? Oh, it fell asleep. It burrowed underground. Oh no, why? Why? The Aberfate animation is freaking great. Oh yeah, no. Pokemon Stadium Faint. Let me go find Pokemon Stadium Faints. Yeah, no, Abra's Faint animation is a goddamn brutal moment in life. Oh no! Why would you do this to the child? Look at them bones just jitter out of its body. Ugh. Just goes full wind chime, man. Never go full wind chime. Can I get that 3D model thing to use for Pokemon models? I think it's on Models Resource. Like, they did a very good job of, like, cataloging, like, every model. The answer is Ted Lewis, which voiced Giovanni in the anime. Oh, that's cool. You think you'd ever evolve? Do you realize how difficult it was for me to get this username? Do you think I would ever be able to get in my lifetime Kadabra? Nah. Bandit Keith in Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, that's good. That's always cool when somebody comes back and reprises a role like the legendary Bandit Keith. No, forget something on this bot. Here we go. Alright, let's do the shading layer. Quiz show. Time to learn whether or not you're good at Pokemon knowledge, or else you lose the lose the everything. Especially if this quiz show showed up right at the tail end of everything, and like you just did a tournament, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna figure out who wins the tournament with a quiz." I'm like, I hate everything. I better know everything then. Damn it! Mont, hi. How are you, Mont? Question, does poison type resist fighting type moves. I don't think so, no. I don't know what poison's interaction with fighting is. That's one of the few I don't know. But I would assume it's neutral. It doesn't stick out in my head as something to remember in that matchup. It's incorrect. Poison does resist fighting. Wow. I was not aware. I know, right? I want to make a Pokesona for Mystery Dungeon stuff, but I can't decide between something in the Nidoking line or Charmeleon. I mean, you can do what a lot of people do and just fuse them together. Get the best of both worlds, or make multiple Sonas. A Sona, you know, you're not just locked into one. You could have multiple Sonas. Multiple Sonas to express different sides of yourself. Or just different characters to have, you know? A Sona isn't just a representation of self that's one-to-one. It could be something that's a bit more, you know, chill. God damn it! I look down at my art for 3 seconds and I get whammed with a pipe. Hope you're doing well, Mont. When's that first stream gonna happen? Mod stream followed. You see, now I'm putting pressure on Mod. No, Mod, if you don't want to ever, like, stream or do anything like that, don't. I'm just saying it because one day when you do stream, I'll be there. And I'll be ready to, get some channel points. To repay the favor for all the pipes you've wailed at my skull. You know, like friends do. Friends repay favors. Yes, friends. Anyway, yeah, no, after this, it looks like we're gonna be, you know, wrapping up with art. And we'll be moving on to, stuff and junk. Because I know people need to sleep. Probably may remake the ENVTuber in time. Yeah, do that. Do that! Mimi content. Mimi stream. Mimi make art on Twitch or other websites if they don't want to do it on Twitch. Because if they want to make art that, like, you know... Twitch is not a great art site. Twitch is a great site if you do art and other stuff. Like, if you game, Twitch is a great site. But Twitch is not a great art and others. Twitch is a great art and other stuff site. It is not a good only art site. There are better sites that have tagging systems for like the art that you make and the artist that you are. Twitch's system here is very primitive. I mean, Wi-Fi that's better than sticks and mud. Yeah, that's understandable. That's what we're doing right now with Aiden, is getting them a Wi-Fi 6 adapter. It won't do Wi-Fi 6 on our Wi-Fi because our Wi-Fi APs aren't rated for that. But eventually when we do upgrade, or, you know, whatever upgrade we do get, we'll have Wi-Fi 6, so it'll be ready for then. You know? It's a little bit of future-proofing, which is something you always need to do with tech. Then it's like $30. It's not bad. If you've got the opportunity, future-proof, even if you're not going to use it now, you will use it later. That makes your tech more valuable, you know? Abby, do you remember Poke Park? Yeah! I remember that I was in Poke Park and then you have to beat the crap out of me. I remember watching a friend stream that. Then they killed the Abra by knocking them into the water. And it wouldn't respawn until they left the area and came back. I'm like, that's a different Abra. I could tell. I know these things. That first one's gone forever. I'm an expert on all things. That was Poke Park 2, though, Wonders Beyond. We're not done yet. There is one thing I forgot. The feet have a thing. Yeah, Gigantor's feet have like a bottom guard. Bottom guard for your bottom. Guard your bottom. And then because we're feeling really lazy, what I do is I just do this. Gen 1's music always feels like, yeah. Mention Artomas showed up at my stream earlier this morning, right as I sent Abra to Oaks Farm upstate. The fuck? I got shipped off to the farm? Let's Go's Pokemon release is replaced with sending Mons to Oak for candy. Right. Alright. God, what chaotic doodles. God, what great doodles, though. Oh my god, I can't believe I drew these. Wait a minute. Love that nom. It's a good nom. Like, I'm getting that thing where I look at my art and I'm like, did I do that? Did I do that? Lady in the Tramp. Crunch Wrap, so real. It could be a burrito as well. Uh-oh. Honey, would you Lady and the Tramp a burrito with me? They're asleep. Oh, Iron Snivy is... Yeah. Okay. Artemis casually while they're asleep. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, I'm gonna send this to Zeph. Oh, well, thank you. Don't worry, we're about to get in a call in like a couple minutes. But it looks like all of our artists have arted their hearts out. Including myself. Oh, that's such a good art. Like, the Umbreon in Spinarak is amazing. Oh, and all the doodles of all the lovely Pokemon and friends. Yeah, it's just wonderful. There comes a time in an artist's life where they're steadily improving and they hit that nirvana moment of complete understanding, and Bangergus art happens and they go back to normal and they're like, what the fuck was that? I'm gonna be real, I've had that moment multiple times where I'm batting much more above where I should be, and I'm just like, excuse? It's like being possessed by Van Gogh. Where just the lines hit right and everything just works. It's a great feeling. It is just this lovely thing, and then it disappears and you're back to normal. Or worse, something that happens with me a lot of the time is I feel like I go from a high to a slump. I'm like, that was great, and now I'm in the trash. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the fun bit of it, is you learn, you grow, you build, you master the art. Alright. Yep. It looks like the wonderful artists are heading out. So I am going to get my art posted, and we're still technically going to do the subathon? But like, it's not so much like as big a priority. We're just gonna, yeah, it'll be there. Oh, thank you guys for joining in. No, like, you guys joining in, I was fine doing it like solo, but having you guys join in really is a motivator, because you both are inspirations to me doing this and actually, kicking my butt and doing art, having, lived with y'all for so long. Where do you get this wonderful music? Internet. And, like, it really does help, you know, just having... you know, people like you guys in my life who are these wonderful artists that are like, you know, just do it. It just eventually pushed me to the point of just like, I gotta push myself and make it happen. Just YouTube? I think this came from a torrent back on Demonoid 10 years ago. It's a bit old. Challenge is half the fun. Yeah. No, Gigantor is not spelled guacamole. How did I do that? How did I make this worse? Old-timey torment known as LimeWire. Pretty much. Happy thinking about burritos. You shush. Oh, that's why I screwed it up. Gigantor is not in the dictionary. That'll do it. Alright, let me get this art on Twitter and all the other sites. I have to upload problems to the internet. Okay. Just slowly getting all of the posts ready. I have to, like, resort images and stuff on all of these platforms. This is stinky. Why does every platform do image weird... There it is. Alright. On Twitter, co-host, and Tumblr, and on Blue Sky as well. Cool. Cursed as hell, but great subathon. This was fantastic, though. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get in call with our DM, and we are going to start getting ready to show you guys how to make your own character in Pathfinder, and how to, you know, import them in. Let's get on over to that, I guess. Alright, so first and foremost, let me get on a call with Andrew.
Boogity boo.
Howdy, howdy. How are you doing?
Tried to get my emissions test done, but as it turned, unlike advertised on the website, the emissions testing center doesn't actually open on Fridays, Saturdays.
That's unfortunate. I'm in a maid outfit and stuck in a jar.
True, but let's be 100% honest here. How much of that maid outfit and jar is kind of
The channel point redeems exist for a reason.
I was gonna say self-inflicted, but
Yeah.
that wasn't
Don't worry. I was in front of you on that one.
All right. So, do you want to put a message out for all the tabletoppers?
Yeah.
Just let them know we've kind of shifted over to.
Yep. I'm gonna just quickly post the art in here.
That's a fantastic bit of Gigantor right there.
I used the OG colors too, because I forgot Gigantor actually had colors.
Yeah, so did I. I actually don't think I've ever seen like Gigantor. Because the only memory of Gigantor I have is literally the old black and white cartoons that would show on like early morning Cartoon Network. Like sometimes it'd be Detective Conan, sometimes it would be Inuyasha, and then sometimes it was like either Speed Racer or Gigantor.
Alright, cool. I put the message out in tabletop.
Excellent. All right, let's give them about 5 minutes to see if they file on in.
Alright, I'm going to take this moment to take a break. So,
Yeah.
we'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to mute you up, and that way you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
Bye! Hi, I'm back. I'm gonna unmute and we'll get back into it. Howdy. Don't know if they're back yet.
I'm back now.
Welcome back.
All right. So, here we are.
At the
Once
place.
more. At Pathfinder.
Yep. So, for this character creation process, what's going to happen is I'm going to make a dummy character, just a level 1, probably going to go with Paladin, because I want to do something that's both a mix of spellcasting and attacking. Because we want to make sure we kind of give a display of both and how both work.
Yes. And then once the character has been completed, we are going to drop them into basically the first combat that you experience when you play, if you play the beginner box.
Yep. There's going to be a lot of websites, and if you guys have any questions, do not be afraid to ask them. We're going to work with you guys to build this character, so that way you guys have a little investment too. We're going to build them together, and if chat says, man, I really want to see, somebody build a dog, we'll build a knoll. Like, it's very flexible. There's a couple sites that are definitely going to be useful here. I think one of the biggest ones early on is the Archives of Nethys. This is literally just every bit of information you need in one site.
Yep. So first of all, gnolls are hyena people. It's Shunies that are the dog people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, so Archives of Nethys, the website that Abby has up now, is a free, let me say that again, free wiki for pretty much everything, word for word, transplanted from the Pathfinder books. And more importantly, this is sponsored by the publishers.
Yes, the publishers are not holding information or keeping it behind an account system that you need to pay for or anything like that. This is publicly available by the publishers for the people to use to enjoy the game.
Realistically, the only thing that Paizo sticks behind a paywall are the adventures that they build.
Yep, and those are intricate, massive, years-long campaigns.
Yeah. Knights, you'll find that there's a few hiccups when it comes to one-to-one translating 5e characters into 2e. Generally, for the most part, most of the classes are close enough that you can have one-to-ones. But as far as the individual feats, especially as far as mechanics are concerned, you're going to run into some minor issues. But hopefully what we can outline here will give you a good enough example of what to expect.
Oh yeah, because Pathfinder's 2E system for action economy is incredibly different compared to Pathfinder 1 and D&D 5e. It is 3 actions where you can spend those 3 actions doing a mix of attacking, movement, spellcasting, or skills in combat. And basically what you do with those 3 actions, because some things can cost multiple actions, determines how your turn goes. Giving you a bit more leeway and creativity when it comes to how your turn runs. Rather than just like, oh hey, I have a turn, I guess I'll make an attack. Okay, cool, next turn.
What the action economy has done is it has equalized the value of almost every normal action in Pathfinder. So, for those of you who are more familiar with 5e, 3.5, or even Pathfinder 1st Edition, you are aware that you had movement actions, you had standard actions, you had free actions, and everything just kind of didn't really mesh. Movement was not equal to an attack, a full attack was not equal to movement, and all of this stuff. What the 3 action economy has done is it has said, okay, a move is equal to an attack, which is equal to this action here, which is equal to 1/2 of this spell, and it has enabled it has enabled people to sit down and get a better understanding of what their character is able to do. That is something that I very much like about Pathfinder. So, let's get into character creation.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to character creation, Abby is going to switch over to the next website. This is called Path Builder. Path Builder is a free, free online character creation system. Now, there are some stuffs that are paywalled as far as saving characters, transplanting characters from different stuff, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are just trying to build a single character from the ground up, this has everything you need. So, I find Path Builder very useful to make sure I haven't missed anything, or to make sure that what I'm trying to take is compatible with all my other choices.
Yep.
So when it comes to character creation, we stick to, and this is going to be as cheesy as all hell, we stick to the ABCs. We have ancestry, background, and class.
I'm going to move myself over here because all the important stuff's on the left.
Yes. So, ancestry in other editions is what you would refer to as race. It is your species. What are you defined as in the context of Pathfinder? There are a lot. Are we just sticking to core rulebook for this?
No, we'll have some fun.
Okay.
Because I'm letting for a little bit of fun because going common, you're like, okay, it's only 6, that's a bit. What about uncommon? There we go. Now we're starting to get into some meat. What about rare? Oh, there's a lot of rare. Like rare is a lot of fun stuff, like puppets. Puppets are literally living puppets.
You are Pinocchio. Last year I ran a pirate campaign with Drunken Dan. Yes, that Dan. He decided he was going to play a captain who was a puppet, and he basically made himself look like a stereotypical child's doll pirate puppet. And the gimmick was he would ride around in Abby's hands, like pretending that he was a doll, and then would pretty much anytime somebody didn't believe that the talking doll was a puppet, he would shoot them. Yeah, no, it was our little tactic where I would basically pretend to be the captain of the ship. Yes. So, let's start talking about some of the things you're going to see with these characters. So, just pick... You know what? Go to Kobold. Go to Kobold.
The classic.
Because a lot of people here, this is what people are going to be looking at. Now, obviously, with race, there is a lot of fluff, right? So, so I'm going to use 2 words here. Fluff and crunch. Fluff is when things are, they're in the system, but they're not really mechanically dependent on anything. They're mostly for role-playing stuff. And then there's crunch. Crunch is the rules. Crunch is the numbers. If something is crunchy, it means that it has weight based into the system. So, if we pick, hypothetically speaking, a kobold, we get stuff. You want to just go back to that?
Yep. I was just saving it, so that way it's got it.
As you can see on the right, we've got a few things to look at.
Yep.
So for starters, we have hit points. 6. We will get into the breakdowns of hit points, but every ancestry you have will have stuff like this. So every ancestry has a base starter hit points. So kobolds are not necessarily tanky creatures, so they're on a bit of the low end, so they get 6 hit points. Size class. Size classes range pretty much either teeny tiny, can fit in your pocket, or bigger than whales. Most humanoids, i.e. most player classes, are going to be medium. That is the average height of your standard human. So think 5 feet 8 inches, right?
Yep.
Kobolds are small. They are tiny boys. So roughly think of them about, I don't know,
3 foot,
3.5 feet, right? Does size affect AC soft cover? Not in this version side. So kobolds and other small races, which include goblins, halflings, gnomes, and others, you don't get stuff for being small. Size class is something that it interferes with some things, but it's just kind of there to say roughly how big you are.
Yeah.
It's not until you get into the large where it's just like it determines the physical footprint on the battle map that you.
Yeah, once you go from medium to large, you no longer take up one space, you take up 4 spaces.
Or rather, one space on a 5x5 grid.
Yep.
That's a discussion for another time. That's Advanced Pathfinder.
Yeah.
So, speed. Speed is the amount of the distance you can travel with one stride action. So anytime you say, I move, you spend one of your 3 actions to move. Your speed is how far you can go with one action. 25 feet is pretty normal. I think only dwarves have lower. They have 20 feet, but they get other stuff to compensate for that. So nothing really special here.
Yep.
Now we're going to get into the really interesting things. Ability boosts and ability flaws. During character creation, as well as level ups, thank you, Scan, for pointing that out. Yes, 1 square is usually 5 feet, so 25 feet is 5 squares.
Yep. Thank you, Connie.
So, during character creation, everybody here is familiar with the 6 abilities. Strength, Constitution, Dexterity, Intelligence, Wisdom, Charisma. Right? I don't think anybody needs that explained to them. During character creation, you start off with 10s in all of your stuff. Every time something tells you you get a boost, that means you get to increase that number. If the ability that you are boosting is under 18, you get to boost it by 2. If it is over 18, you boost it by 1. Ability flaws are in the other direction. One thing I just want to confirm is whether or not a flaw will...
I believe flaws are -2 until you get to 0, which an ability cannot be 0.
Yes. So, ability boost increases you by 2. Ability flaws decrease it by 2. It's important to note that for abilities, you have ability score and your ability modifier. Your score doesn't really do much; it just kind of gives you an indication of how high you are up in the rank.
I
Ability modifier.
I believe in the modified Pathfinder 2e that's coming up, they're getting rid of score and just having modifier.
Yes, that is correct. But we're not discussing the new Pathfinder 2e.
Yeah,
we are in the here and now.
Yep.
So basically, your ability modifier changes every 2. So if your ability is at 10, your ability modifier is 0. If your ability is 8, your modifier is a -1. If your ability is 12, it's a +1. 14 is +2, 16 is +3, 18 is +4. That's the way it goes. Now, for every ancestry that's not human, you gain 3 boosts, 1 flaw. Generally, the first 2 boosts are to set statistics, or to set abilities, and your third one is free. So, the way they describe this is, kobolds are social creatures that kind of congregate into large tribes, and they pride themselves on being able to remove themselves from danger and basically being very nimble doge. So they get an ability boost to dexterity and to charisma. However, they are not strong, so they get an ability flaw to constitution. Languages. Language is a bit more fluff than it is crunch. So every character has specific language. Every ancestry has specific class. God fucking damn it.
It's okay.
Every ancestry has specific languages that they can learn. So when you start off generally with a language known as Common. Common is shorthand for whatever language the entire table is speaking, right?
Yep.
So in English, Common is English. If you're Spanish, Common is Spanish. etc., etc., etc. Generally, so now in this situation, generally specific ancestries will have certain languages that they are natively fluent in. So as you can see here, kobolds are native in Common as well as Draconic, the language of dragons.
Makes sense with their ancestry.
Exactly. If your intelligence modifier is more than one, is one or greater, you can choose additional languages to learn. So, for example, let's say your kobold has an intelligence modifier of 14, an intelligence score of 14. That would give them a modifier of +2, which means that they can learn 2 additional languages besides Common and Draconic, which include Aklo, Dwarven, Gnomish, Infernal, Terran, Undercommon, and other things that the DM could probably fiat.
Yeah.
Generally, each subclass of creatures has their own language that they speak.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as we get farther down, we get into some more class abilities that every kobold has. So every kobold has dark vision, lets you see in the dark, as well as a special ability called Draconic Exemplar. Abby, you want to take it from here?
So, dark vision is pretty much what it says on the tin. You can see in darkness and dim light just as well as you see in bright light. Though your vision in darkness is black and white, this is useful definitely in story-based situations, and as the DM says, because, hey, you can see in situations where you might not want the light on for story-wise stealth. Even though, it'll be stealth checks at the end of the day, you could probably, kind of help lean in and be like, well, we turned off the light, so you could probably, this is a little bit more of the fluff. But having that allows you to kind of build into situations like that, where you disappear from the group as the stealthy, dexterous kobold, and without a torchlight, you sneak around and try and see what you can find in the enemy camp.
I just want to point out, stealth in Pathfinder does not work like stealth in Skyrim. You actually have to have something concealing your presence.
Yeah. Unless they also have dark vision. Yep. Draconic Exemplar, you draw minor powers from your Draconic
Unless they also
Exemplar.
have dark vision.
Choose a type of chromatic or metallic dragon to be exemplar. This determines your scale, color, and appearance, and dragons sometimes look more favorably upon kobolds that resemble them at the GM's discretion. Your exemplar may also determine the details of other abilities you have using the Draconic Exemplars table. So kobolds are a wonderful race. They come in all sorts of shapes and colors. They can also be servitude to a dragon, as a lot of kobolds are. And based on what color you are, you can tap into abilities of that dragon that you serve under, or were born under, or maybe there's some latent kobold powers that you have. So there are various different colors of kobolds: black, blue, green, red, white, brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver.
So
now you don't...
Go ahead.
For those of you with some Pathfinder or D&D knowledge, you don't need to worry about the color and the metallicization of your kobold affecting its good or evil. The aesthetic is fluff, but the abilities that you have afterward, that's where the meat and potatoes is.
Mm-hmm.
That is, if you take the feat, that gives you something based on what kobold you are.
Yes. So, for those of you who aren't in the know, generally, dragons in D&D and early Pathfinder had what they called the chromatic metallic split. Basically, if the dragon had a color, it was evil. And if the dragon was metallic, it was good. Moogle, no. Copper dragons do not oxidize.
They are green, though, I believe.
Yes. No, copper
no, because Gilgamesh was a green dragon, and they were technically under copper.
Well, no, you guys turned him into a copper dragon when you
Right.
Because otherwise, you're going to have an evil green dragon on your hands, and that would defeat the purpose. But that's not what we're talking about right here.
Yeah.
So, basically, like Abby said, for this decision right here, generally, what's your color? That will not affect your alignment. Which alignment grid is actually one of those things that's getting tossed out the window, which I had kind of mixed feelings about, but I think it's a step in the right direction. So each color or metal has an association with a respective element. So fire dragons, they breathe fire. White dragons, they breathe cold. Green dragons breathe poison. Blue dragons breathe electricity, and black dragons, they breathe fucking acid.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, yeah, nothing having to be a lawful or being paladin or monk. Yeah. So this Pathfinder 2e was built in a way that even if you wanted, you could play evil paladins, because paladins don't exist in Pathfinder 2e.
Not in the
They are
traditional.
champions.
Right. But we'll go into that when we reach the class.
Yep.
So right now, this is the basic breakdown of what you get when you initially choose your ancestry. So Abra, for our potential character, let's go with, take your pick for an ancestry.
Let us.
Dealer's choice.
Well, we're gonna build a kobold, since the people who are watching this primarily are gonna be building kobolds for the kobold campaign. So we'll stick with that, so that way they have something that they can primer off of when it comes to ancestry feats later on.
Perfect. Now, we're not quite done with Ancestry. So if we scroll down a little bit farther underneath level 1 to Heritage. So you've chosen your Ancestry, but there are sub-races of kobolds that you can pick, right?
Yep.
So based on this next decision, you could have different options. Okay, so Abby, what do we got?
We've got for the common cave climber kobold. You live in a vertically oriented home, and you're a consummate climber. You gain the combat climber skill feat, even if you don't meet the prerequisites. And you can use your clawed feet and tail to climb, leaving your hands free. Additionally, if you succeed at an athletics check to climb, you crit instead. The Cavern Kobold. You hatched into a warren among narrow tunnels and countless kin. Your body is flexible. When climbing rock walls, stalactites, and other natural stone features, you move at half your speed on success and full speed on crit success. And you move at full speed on success if you have quick climb. This doesn't affect you if you're using climb speed. If you roll success on an acrobatics check to squeeze, you get a crit instead. The Dragon Scaled Kobold. Your scales are especially colorful, possessing some of the same resistance a dragon possesses. You gain resistance equal to half your level, minimum 1, to the damage type associated with your Draconic Exemplar from Table 1-1. Double this resistance against a Dragon's Breath weapon. Hey, you remember back when we were making our kobold, how we got to pick the color? This is one of those heritages that lock into that.
Mm-hmm.
The Spell Scale Kobold. A trace of draconic magic flows through your veins. Choose one cantrip from the arcane spell list. You can cast this spell as an arcane innate spell at will. A cantrip is heightened to a spell level equal to half of your level rounded up. A lot of fancy words, we'll get to it when we get to it. You gain the trained proficiency rank in arcane spell attack rolls and spell DCs, and your key spell casting ability is Charisma. So, great for mages. Strong Jaw Kobold. Your bloodline is noted for their powerful jaws and sharp teeth. You gain a Jaws unarmed attack that deals 1d6 piercing damage. Your Jaws are in the Brawling group and have finesse and unarmed traits. Those traits will come back later, but unarmed is good because you know how somebody can knock a weapon out of your hands? They can't knock the teeth out of your face. Technically. In this game. Tunnel Flood Kobold. You grew in a warren crisscrossed by underwater passages. Whether natural or excavated, you gain a swim speed of 15. The Venom Tail Kobold, the last of the common one. A vestigial spur in your tail secretes 1 dose of deadly venom each day. You gain the tail toxin action. And then there's the uncommon, which is a whole world in itself.
Yeah. So So we won't go into the uncommon and the rare ancestries. Basically, just say if you don't want to be just a kobold or just a human, there are options. As you can plainly see here, this is where the Asimars, the Changelings, the Dompiers, the Tieflings, that's where they're all hiding.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, that is getting into a little bit more complicated. So let's stick with common ones for now. So, Abby, what specific breed of kobold are we going with?
We'll go dragon scaled.
Okay.
That'll be a little bit of fun, because we'll have a lot of fun with it. And we'll see on the left here, when I selected Dragon Scaled Kobold, the site automatically brought up the Dragon Scaled Kobold resistance, as well as I can select what dragon type and resistance I have. Mm-hmm. The site automatically knows that I'm under that, and gave me the options to fill them in.
That is correct. Alright, So as you can see, after we've completed our heritage, now we have to choose an ancestry feat. Feats work differently in Pathfinder 2e. Unlike with 5e, where you have to give up one of your valuable ability boosts to gain a feat, you gain feats hand over foot in this game. And they're broken up into 3 categories. The first category that we can see is an ancestry feat. You gain ancestry feats based upon your ancestry and your heritage. So, as you can see, at level 1, we have a couple of feats that we are able to choose from.
Starting off, we have Cringe. Now, you'll see that now we're starting to see these icons next to names here. This is part of the action economy we discussed earlier. This arrow is a reaction. Every turn, you get 1 free reaction. It is able to be used, but you don't necessarily have to use it. But if you don't use it, you lose it. It's not necessarily... Oops, sorry.
You can only use a reaction when it is not your turn. I think there's some rule that says you can't use a reaction on the first round of combat if you haven't gone yet, but I don't know that for certain.
Yep. Then we also have this 1 square, which means that this will take 1 action in combat. One of your 3 action points will be used to do this action. Then you see this one with 2. That means that this will take 2 actions to do in combat. So 2 of your 3 actions will be used doing this. Did AutoMod block the word cringe? Yes, probably. Because remember, there was that time where people were just going to other people's chats and saying cringe and causing problems. So it's probably a remnant of that era.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
Speaking also,
of cringe,
Google, unfortunately, Cobalt is not a... that would be up to DM discretion if they are willing to rebrand a green Kobold as Kobold. But that would be DM discretion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first, we have the ancestry feat of Cringe. Cringe is a emotional kobold mental and visual reaction. Triggered when a creature you are aware of critically succeeds on a strike against you and would deal damage to you. With pitiful posturing, you cause your foe to pull back a deadly attack. The attacking creature gets a circumstance penalty to the damage of the triggering strike equal to your level +2. This penalty applies after doubling the damage for a crit. The attacker then is immune to cringe for 24 hours. This is a way to save your butt if you get hit by the crit. Because every day, people think they're never going to get hit by the crit. And sure enough, during a campaign, somebody's going to get crit. Cringe is a nice way to mitigate that damage.
Crits hurt.
I'm just a small kobold. I am only level 1. Draconic Sycophant. You have an effect that dragonkind find unusually pleasing, and when that fails, you know when to duck. Gain a +2 circumstance bonus to perception checks and saving throws against dragons. In addition, whenever you meet a creature with a dragon trait in a social situation, you can attempt a diplomacy check to make an impression on that creature immediately, rather than conversing with them for a minute. You take a -5 penalty to that check. If you fail, You can choose to engage in 1 minute of conversation, then attempt a new check, rather than accept the failure or crit fail as the result. If you have the Glad Hand skill feat, you don't take the penalty to your immediate diplomacy check if the target has the dragon trait.
So a lot of words were just said in there. Basically, to break this one down, is if you take this feat, you gain a natural bonus to when you are attempting to interact with people who are also draconic.
That means kobolds, dragon kind, and dragons themselves, as well as wyverns and other dragon-like beings.
Yep.
Ooh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh. Scott! Welcome, friends!
Wow!
I'm on the wrong side!
Holy crap. Wow. There's a lot of people.
I know, I'm on the wrong side right now. Howdy, friends. We are, because I am running a Pathfinder Kobold campaign, thank you for the follow, we are building a... Y'all are on fire with these shots! We are building a Kobold character in Pathfinder 2e with your help. We're then going to put them in a combat situation so that way you guys know how to build your own Pathfinder characters and use them in campaigns. The resources that we will be using today are all free, and if you want to go along and build alongside us or have any questions through this process, don't be afraid to ask. But yeah, we've chosen Kobold because I'm running a Kobold-centric campaign on my server. We're getting people ready and figuring out dates for that. And we're going to build a Kobold. This is mainly to help those people out, but if you want to stick around and learn how to build a character for Pathfinder 2e yourselves, feel more than welcome. Mm-hmm. We're currently going over the ancestry that is Kobold, as well as the heritage and ancestry feats that you can get with Kobolds. We're currently talking through them, going through piece by piece and explaining everything out so that you guys have an understanding of not just how the system works, but the world of Pathfinder and how everything you would be digging into and diving into here work alongside it. Abby, why am I jarred? Because Thori in chat spent channel points to put me in a jar. Just like how Artomis, my boyfriend, spent channel points to put me in a maid outfit. Just like I forget who put channel points out to put a Mimikyu on my head. And just like how you can spend channel points to turn me into my 2006 Sonic OC. Or other things as well.
Like
God
this.
Damn! We have plenty of fun channel point gadgets. Oh no, now I'm a Baja Blast now. Y'all, I'm surprised nobody did this one. Great, guys. Hi. I'm happy that my brother drew this, but I also hate that my brother drew this. And it just stays.
Oh, yes. Yep, and there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, we're also kind of at the tail end of a subathon. We did a bunch of subs for drawings. We'll probably do something again like that towards November for birthday. Yeah, most are new as of 24 hours. I have figured out how to make it so people can... Oh, no, I'm small.
And I'm over here now. Oh, God. I have learned many different toys on Twitch, and I am using all of them to cause problems. Also, if you make me big, it's gonna...
Put me in the wrong place. But, yeah, it's a fun time, and thank you all for being here. Oh, I have gone the wrong... Hi, Neuro.
Oh, I'm big over here now. There we go. So move the jar over here. Oh, goodness.
You know, it's really a good thing that Nero wasn't around for the subathon.
Look. I have to put myself over here. Because they're not linked together. Because I'm usually not in a jar for everybody new to the stream. Welcome. But yeah, Aiden and Casey were assisting, and Aiden is my brother, and Casey is my brother-in-law, and they were doing wonderful art as well. then we'll probably do something similar again in November for birthday times. Should be fun. Hi, Neuro. Nah, Abby is always in a draw. No! I am not in a jar normally.
I mean, you know.
Anyway, I'm here with my DM and friend, Andrew, if you want to say hi.
Hi, I am the DM. Well, technically it's GM because I'm almost positive that Wizards of the Coast has actually trademarked the term Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
It would not surprise me in the least.
Yeah, but this is Pathfinder. This is an action economy oriented system that has a lot of customization. Anybody can pretty much play anything as any race. You don't have to be like, oh, the orc has to be a warrior. Orcs don't cast spells. Orcs can cast all the spells they want in this game.
Yep.
Like, kobolds, a hide, scared, tiny, don't get into combat class. Nah, you want to build a kobold that goes guns first into combat? You certainly can. This game will happily let you build that. Pathfinder PC games love orcs casting spells. Shadow Wizard Money Gang.
Shadow Wizard Money Game.
We love casting spells. All right, so we just went over Draconic Sycophant as a ancestry feat, which means you just get a bonus to diplomacy versus dragons and dragon-based perception checks, or dragon-based people, and you also get a bonus for dragon-based perception checks. Yeah. Dragon's Presence is the third ancestry feat. As a member of Dragonkind, you project unflappable confidence that collapses catastrophically against the deadliest foes. When you roll success on a saving throw against a fear effect, you get a crit instead. When you roll a failure against fear, you get crit instead. In addition, when you attempt to demoralize a foe of your level or lower, gain a +1 circumstance bonus to the intimidation check. This is a fun one. This is a very fun, you can crit success or you crit fail. It's high risk, high reward. It's very fun. Is that a lawnmower? That's a very loud lawnmower outside. Kobold Breath. This is what we were talking about. As you have 3 actions, the Kobold Breath is 2 actions in combat, and we'll learn why, because Kobold Breath, you channel your Draconic Exemplar's power into a gout of energy that manifests as a 30-foot line or 15-foot cone, dealing 1d4 damage. Each creature in the area must attempt a basic saving throw against the higher of your class DC or spell DC. You can't use this ability again for 1d4 rounds. At 3rd level, and every 2 levels thereafter, the damage increases by 1d4. The shape of the breath, the damage type, and the saving throw match those of your Draconic Exemplar. The ability has the trait associated with the damage that it deals. So, as we go back to our Kobold Ancestry, this block here, where you get to pick what color, or metallic, or, you get to pick what time is dinner for my cats. I checked. They had food in their bowls about 30 minutes ago, so we'll probably feed them about 7 or 8. But this here, where you pick the color of your kobold, will judge what breath you have. So a red kobold gets a cone of fire. But if you're brass, you get a line of fire. So it definitely is, whatever you want it to be. It allows for that customization. It allows for a lot of fun. Kobold lore. You attentively learned key kobold survival strategies and mythology from your elders. You gain the trained proficiency rank in stealth and thievery. If you would automatically become trained in one of those skills from your background or example, you can instead become trained in the skill of your choice. You also become trained in kobold lore. Lores are something we'll talk about when we get to skills, but basically there's a lot of different lores you can be learned in, and this gives you the ability to be learned in kobolds. Kobold weapon familiarity. You've trained with weapons ideal for subterranean efficiency. You're trained with the crossbow, the great pick, the light pick, the regular pick, and the spear. You gain access to all uncommon kobold weapons for the purpose of determining your proficiency. Martial kobold weapons are simple kobold weapons, and advanced kobold weapons are martial kobold weapons. Or martial weapons. This is... You have a proficiency with weapons. We'll talk about that later as we build the character and give them their weapons. But basically, different weapons, whether they're common, uncommon, or like advanced, you'll either be trained in them or you'll be untrained in them. And this means that normally in old systems, if you found a gun and your class just didn't get the ability to learn how to gun, that was it. You couldn't do anything with a gun. But in Pathfinder 2e, there are ways for your character to learn how to become proficient in weapons that they're normally not proficient in. You can expand yourself to use the gun if you want to. Which is nice. Scamper, which is one action. It requires you are adjacent to at least one enemy. You instinctively know how to flee danger. You stride up to your speed, 25 if we remember, with a +5 status bonus to your speed. And you gain a +2 circumstance bonus to AC against reactions triggered by this movement. So, for those of you familiar with 5e, the opportunity attack is a feat here. It is not built into everybody. Everybody does not get opportunity of attack. You need to get that. You need to have that, so you don't always have to worry about getting away from somebody who walks up to you.
Attacks of opportunity are a privilege, not a right.
Yes. But in this situation, Scamper would give you a +2 AC bonus against that attack of opportunity. This also gives you, for that movement getting away, a +5 bonus to speed. Would that include other opportunity attacks from other enemies? It says reactions triggered by this movement, plural. So if you hit somehow 2 opportunity attacks while Scamper, you get the bonus for both. And finally, the last ancestry at level 1, Slither. You're an expert at moving through extremely tight spaces. You gain the quick squeeze skill feat, even if you're not trained in acrobatics. When you roll a success on an acrobatics check to squeeze, you gain a crit instead.
There's one more.
We do see one, but it is grayed out, because we do not have the prerequisite trained in crafting. But if you were to get trained in crafting through many different ways that we have yet to see, you can get Snare Setter. You're adept at the time-honored kobold art of trap making. You gain the trained proficiency in crafting. If you are already trained in crafting, you instead become trained in a skill of your choice. You gain access to all uncommon kobold snares. You gain the snare crafting feat. Though, when choosing formulas for the feat, you can also choose from uncommon kobold snares, as well as common snares. You would get the +2 for both, not +4 in total. So you would get +2 for the first attack, and then +2 for the second attack. Not +4 for both. Like, you don't want to try and trigger everybody to get a big stack. You only get the +2 per hit. But yeah, for our little kobold, they will have Draconic Breath. Which means that we will have to... We're building very much a dragon kobold. Very, very heavily into dragon kobold. But now we need to select our kobold resistance and our draconic exemplar. Our resistance and our color are going to be very important here. We'll go with brass, a line of fire with a basic reflex save. And because of that, we get fire as our resistance.
Yep.
We can also see we get the free feat Hobnobbler and Shield Block, but that comes from our background in class. We will change those because these are the default ones it starts with.
Yes. So, going all the way back up to the top, we have the B's, the background. Now, a background is fundamentally what it says on the tin. It is, what was your character before they became an adventurer? Now, generally, each background is going to come with a few things. First, you're going to get 2 ability boosts, most of the time. Most of them are 2. One is going to be to a specific ability, and one is going to be free. You also have training in one skill, and you get a free skill feat, generally associated with that skill you have training in. So, as we can see here, if you were to be a barkeep, you would have 2 ability boosts. One would be to construct Constitution or Charisma, based on you are either the bar back, the one who's actually manhandling all the kegs and stuff, or the bartender, because everybody knows that bartenders should be really good at talking to people. And you have your free. You are trained in diplomacy, again, because of that experience you have as a bartender, and you gain the hobnobber, because what's a bartender good at, but being able to get to know people very quickly. Generally speaking, there is a... So generally, when it comes to backgrounds, you can do one of few things. You can search for it based on the ability boost you get. You can search for it based on the skill training you get, or you can search for it based on the skill feat you get. Or you can say, I have this idea for my character, and that's what I'm going to be. So, Abby Cadabby, what do we see for our kobold?
Oh, let us find something fun. So, let's say magical misfit. You don't understand folks who claim that magical talent is some sort of burden or great responsibility. You've always used your magic to cause trouble and escape the consequences. Whether becoming an adventurer is your attempt to make amends, or just find a new way to make some mischief, you're excited to see where it takes you. And you still delight in using your skills to get out of trouble. Choose 2 ability boost. One must be to intelligence or dexterity. The other is a free ability boost. You're trained in Arcana and Underworld lore. You gain the Trick Magic item skill feat. Let's have fun. Let's be a little magical trickster.
Alright, little magical trickster. Alright, and finally, for the one that you've probably all been waiting for, the class. I don't think I need to explain what I mean by when I say class.
Yep, this is where the meat and potatoes live for a lot of what you are building. There are tons of different classes, and we go back here to the Archives of Nethys site, go back to character creation, and go to our classes. Here we see all of our common and uncommon classes. Obviously, the uncommon ones you don't see super often, but the common ones, obviously, as you see here, are your D&D fiats, your bard, your cleric, your druid, your wizard, your sorcerer, your more exotic ones, like your summoner, your psychic, your magus, your alchemist, your witch. And there's new takes on old favorites, like we said before. The paladin is not here. What we have is the champion. You are an emissary of a deity, a devoted servant who has taken up a weighted mantle. You adhere to a code that holds you apart from those around you. While champions exist of every alignment, not just good or evil, as a champion of good, you provide certainty and hope to the innocent. You have powerful defenses that you share freely with your allies and innocent bystanders, as well as holy power to use at the threat of evil. Your devotion even attracts the attention of holy spirits who aid in your journey. Now, there is dark champions as well, and this is only the description for a good champion, but you can be a champion of an evil god.
So, to break things down with champion, the traditional paladin, as I'm sure everybody knows, was supposed to be lawful good. It couldn't be anything else. You had to be associated with a deity that could have a lawful good follower, and kind of very heavily restricted everything. In Pathfinder, your alignment and your deity, rather than being set in stone, is a class choice that you can make. So if we go up to where it says, where would it be?
Are you looking for the different gods?
I'm looking for specifically where it says the 3 different kinds of champions. I think it's
Might be
farther
lower
down.
in the page. Yeah, let's see. These are all the
No,
feats that you
far.
get.
Where would it be? Oh, Champions Code.
Champions
No.
Code.
Code. Scroll back up. I think it's
Yeah, there's a lot of information here, so we are getting through a lot of it. It's on a separate page. Okay.
I think
Causes?
Causes or tenants?
There it is. Tenants.
Okay.
If you follow-
Well, actually, no. This isn't what I was looking for. Yeah, causes. Okay, here we go. So, when you choose a champion, you can choose one of 3 good, that is alignment-based, 3 good character options. You have the lawful good paladin, the neutral good redeemer, and the chaotic good liberator. Now, pretty much every class in Pathfinder 2e has a specific choice that you make at character creation that kind of sets the tone for what the rest of your character is going to be. So, for example, if you are a wizard, you are choosing your wizard spell, your wizard school of magic. If you are a cleric, you are choosing whether you are a cloistered cleric or a battle mage. For a bard, you're choosing your muse. And in this situation, we are choosing what cause our champion is going to follow. This is going to change what abilities, what feats, and primarily how we're going to be responding to our enemies when we move through. So as you can see here, if we scroll back up to Paladin, because, let's just start at the top. Okay, so Paladin, lawful good. You are honorable, forthright, and committed to pushing back the forces of cruelty. You gain Retributive Strike Champion's Reaction and the Lay on Hands Devotion spell. After the tenets of good, add these. You must act with honor, never taking advantage of others, lying or cheating, and you must respect the lawful authority of legitimate leadership wherever you go and follow its laws. So, tenets are basically saying, rather than they're just saying you must always be good, it's saying these are the things you must do. If you do not do these things, the DM is allowed to take away your magic powers. This is different from the classic lines of constant stick up the ass paladin who is unable to make any changes.
Yeah, because as you can see, our paladins come in many different flavors.
Mm-hmm. So each one of these subclasses is going to have their own version of these tenets. And they're also going to have a different reaction. So if you remember back during character creation, each we talked about the reaction abilities. Basically, anytime it's not your turn, you have one reaction that you can use to respond to an enemy. The most common one people would know is attack of opportunity, which, if somebody moves around you, you can slash out against them and inflict damage. For a paladin, scroll back up a little bit. So each reaction has a trigger, basically what must happen in order for you to do it. So for a paladin, their champion's reaction is Retributive Strike. The trigger is an enemy damages your ally and both are within 15 feet of you. Your action is you protect your ally and strike your foe. The ally gains resistance to all damage against the triggered types equal to 2 plus your level. If the foe is within reach, make a melee strike against it. Not bad. That's pretty much an attack of opportunity with some extra bells and whistles. If you are a redeemer, you gain Glimpse of Redemption. Your trigger is, again, an enemy damages your ally. Both of you are within 15 feet. Your foe hesitates under the weight of the sins of visions that play about in their mind's eye. The foe must make one of two options. The ally is unharmed by the triggering damage, or the ally gains resistance to all damage against the triggering enemy equal to 2 plus your level. After the damaging effect is applied, the enemy becomes enfeebled 2 at the end of this turn.
That is a status, and we'll talk about those.
We will get into statuses when we get into combat.
Yep.
And finally, for the Liberator, they gain the champion's reaction of Liberating Step. The trigger is an enemy damages, grabs, or grapples you, your ally, and are both within 15 feet of you. You free an ally from restraint. If the triggerer was an ally taking damage, the ally gains resistance to all damage against the triggering damage equal to 2 plus your level. The ally can attempt to break free of effects of grappling, restraining, immobilization, or paralyzation. They either attempt a new save against one such effect that allows a save, or an attempt an escape from one effect as a free action. If they can move, the ally can step as a free action even if they didn't escape. So,
this is very good in situations where your player character is being grabbed by a werewolf and dragged away from the rest of the group.
Topical. So as you can see, we are already in one class, but we already have 3 different options as far as playing ability. Do you want to be the kind of person that is able to punish foes with melee attacks? Do you want to be the kind of person that tries to mitigate that damage? Or are you going to be the kind of person who gives your allies the ability to move around to avoid future damage?
Yep.
Those are 3 options that you can take within one class.
But we're not just limited to that, because there are the other side of the coin. The werewolf is a good boyo, though. They just saw me as a giant stick and wanted to play fetch.
No. They saw you as a giant T-bone stick and wanted to,
go to the corner of the yard and chew on it for 30 minutes.
Exactly.
Great. But yes, if you wanted to play... Oh, no, the hoodie doesn't... The hoodie is broken because I'm in a maid outfit. But if you wanted to play a paladin... not a paladin, a champion of a different flavor, and decided to walk on the dark side, there are more things you could do as well. So, not only are you limited... or you aren't just limited to those 3, but you have another 3 on the other side. You have the Tyrant's Iron Command, the Desecrator's Selfish Shield, and the Anti-Paladin's Destructive Vengeance. You know, the thing is, all of these don't really fit our character.
No.
So I think the Trickster Kobold we're building, I think we're going to actually pivot to the Magius! Thanks, Robert William. Magus. Combining the physicality and technique of the warrior with the ability to cast arcane magic, you're the perfect art of fusing spell and strike. With a hefty tome you carry reflects hours of conducting arcane research, your enemies need no reminder of your training. They recognize it as they take them down. The class D&D players wish they had. As a Magius, you have multiple special actions and abilities that can be used in combination with your spells. You can enter the Arcane Cascade stance with either Spell Strike or normally casting a spell. So it would be in your best interest to cast a spell to buff yourself at the beginning of a fight, then enter Arcane Cascade, rather than going in with an early Spell Strike. So, it's already giving you a couple tips on how to play your class immediately right here on the Archives of Nethys site, which is really nice. Role-playing the Magius, it also comes with fun little things. During combat, you channel spells through your weapon or body to hit enemies with powerful attack spell combinations. Because your spells per day are limited, you often rely on trusty, carefully chosen cantrips and focus spells. When necessary, you know how to fight without magic. During social encounters, your education and breadth of experience make you knowledgeable about many subjects. You can contribute information related to your scholarly pursuits, especially about magic. Like, it gives you little flavor here for helping you play your class, helping you lean into the character more and flesh them out, so that way you're not just a better player, you're a better role player. You guys are playing that role. You gain, obviously, your initial proficiencies. I don't know. Hybrid studies. This is where they get their meat and potatoes, but I don't know if they get their hybrid studies at level 1.
I don't think so.
No, they do. They do.
Maybe, if I may, put in my 2 cents here.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but feel that I think Magus might be a bit too advanced if we're trying to make a starter character.
Yes.
How about instead we go for a wizard or a sorcerer?
Oh, well, that should be fine. Let's go with this sorcerer.
Okay.
You didn't choose to become a spellcaster. You were born one. There's magic in your blood. Whether a divinely touched one of your ancestors, a forebear communic with a primal creature, or a powerful occult ritual influenced your line, self-reflection and study allow you to refine your inherent magical abilities to unlock new, more powerful abilities. The power in your blood carries a lot of risk, however, and you occasionally face the choice of whether you'll rise to become a master spellcaster or fall into destruction. You are a charisma spellcaster. You cast spells off of your charisma. It is not just linked to intelligence or wisdom. Your spellcasting ability can also be linked to charisma, like in Sorcerer, Psychic, and in Bard. Your charisma is what your spells live off of, which makes much more interesting builds because you don't have to worry about A, B, or C. You have multiple options, which is nice. But yeah, no, there's a lot going on here. So we'll start to build out the sorcerer.
All right. So let's go ahead. Let's select our sorcerer. So looking at here, we've got some more information. Much like how we got a little bank of information with our ancestry and with our background, with our class, we have some other information here. The first thing I'd like to point out, key ability. Every class has a key ability. This is a signifier as to what your character needs in order to be productive, okay? So, perfect example in this situation, the sorcerer. The sorcerer's charisma is what we refer to as their casting ability.
It is not just their riz.
When you're a spellcaster, your spells are tied to one of the 3 mental abilities. For wizards, that's their intelligence. For clerics, it's their wisdom. And for sorcerers, it's charisma. General rule of thumb, if this isn't something that needs to happen, but if you're trying to make an effective character, you want to get your key ability as close to 18 as you can when you're done with your character creation. So our key ability as a sorcerer is charisma. Next one down, we see hit points. Hit points is 6 plus your charisma constitution modifier. On character creation, your first level HP is going to be your class hit points, which if you remember was 6, your ancestry hit points, which was also 6, plus the equivalence of your constitution modifier. Now, I want to make sure everybody knows something very specific. You do not get negative HP if your con modifier is -1 or lower. You just get no extra HP.
So with the kobold having a negative in con off the bat, we still hit the floor of 6 plus 6, 12. We do not take the -1 to go down to 11.
Yes, this is true. Now, leveling up, every time you level up, you only get your hit points increase, your class HP plus con modifier. You do not get your class your ancestry HP after level 1. Now we move farther down into training. So, for those of you who are coming off of 5th edition, you probably know the term proficiency. And proficiency was something that you just added in. It was a number that went up with your level. and you added it into specific things, attack rolls, skill checks, everything. Proficiency works a little bit different in 2nd edition. There are
4 levels.
4 levels of proficiency. There is untrained, trained, expert, master, legendary. So 5 levels. If you are untrained in anything, the only bonuses you get are the value of your dice roll plus the value of anything else in your character sheet. For every level above untrained, from trained on up, you add your class level plus your proficiency modifier. So, in this situation, you are trained in perception, which means that you add, anytime you make a perception check, either to look at something or as initiative, you are adding to your perception roll 1, your class level in this situation, plus 2, which is 3. As we go down to saving throws, we see we are trained in fortitude, trained in reflex. So that's another class level plus 2, class level plus 2. We are expert in will. That's class level plus 4. Generally, in this kind of situation, every class is going to have 1 or 2 saving throws that you're an expert in. For those of you who don't know what these saving throws mean, fortitude saving throws are against things like poisons or things you kind of need to muscle through, like diseases. Reflex saves, fireballs. And
Dodging
will
out of the
saves
way of a
are
shot.
basically if somebody's trying to Vulcan mind meld you and you don't want them in there. So, for training, again, trained is class level plus 2, expert, class level plus 4, master, class level plus 6, and legendary, class level plus 8. You will see that you are applying your proficiency modifiers to more than just basic rolls. Let's keep going. Skills. So, it says here you are trained in 1 or more skills determined by your bloodline, and you are trained in a number of additional skills equal to 2 plus your intelligence modifier. So what this means is when they say skill training, it basically means that you can choose X number of skills to become trained in, which remember is class level plus 2. If you're not trained in a skill, you just take the flat roll plus whatever ability modifier that skill is associated with.
So for something like diplomacy, you would add your, or minus, your charisma modifier.
Exactly. So if we keep going down past skills, we have attacks. You are trained in simple weapons and trained in unarmed attacks. Weaponry is broken up into specific categories. You have simple, martial, common, and uncommon. Generally, simple weapons are the stuff that you're not expecting to require specific training for. So a spear is a simple weapon. A crossbow is a simple weapon. A dagger is a simple weapon. A sling is a simple weapon. A bow of any kind is a martial weapon. Swords are martial weapons. Basically, anything that you would need to specialize in training in is considered a martial weapon. So if in this situation, if your sorcerer has a spear, and they are trying to make a melee attack or a ranged attack, because you can throw it, with a spear, they are trained in simple weapons. So they add their class level plus 2 to their attack rolls. But if they have a sword, and they are not trained in martial weapons or trained in swords, they only add their attack roll plus their strength modifier. And now we get into the part that I know a lot of you 5e people are going to start scratching your heads on: defenses. Yes, you can be trained in armor. Yes, that means that your AC naturally goes up every time you level. So in this situation, we are untrained in all armor. This is fairly common for anybody who has a passing familiarity with tabletop RPGs. If you're a caster, you don't get armor.
You're squishy.
You are very squishy. However, you are trained in unarmored defense, which means that even though you don't get the inherent bonus from wearing armor, you still have class level +2 to your armor class, which you don't get if you're playing 5e.
So over time, your AC will improve because you're just a better person in combat.
Exactly. And finally, we get to spells. You are trained in spell attack rolls of your spellcasting tradition, as indicated by your bloodline, and trained in spell DCs of your spellcasting tradition, as indicated by your bloodline. I will go farther into this when we get to choosing spells.
Yep.
All right.
So, as you can see, when we selected that, the left side over here changed to reflect it as well. So now we see our bloodline, which let's dig into. We have many.
So for those of you who don't have a familiarity with D&D, sorcerers and wizards are different. A wizard is kind of what you expect it to be. It is an old geezer surrounded by ancient tomes and moldering parchments, digging over every word to learn every scrap of magic he can. While a sorcerer is the kind of person who, basically he's your anime protagonist who wakes up one day and discovers he has some sort of magic ability based solely off of the fact that he's the protagonist. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised protagonist isn't a bloodline in this game.
Because they would always win.
The mechanical difference here is that a wizard is what we call a prepared spellcaster. What this means is that they have a spell book that every day they sit down and they can choose X number of spells to prepare. So if they want to cast a fireball, they have to have had the foresight to sit down and say, I'm going to prepare one fireball spell today. If he didn't do that, he doesn't get that fireball spell. For a sorcerer, if they know that fireball spell, and they have the spell slots, they can sling that fireball as many times as they have spell slots. Here's the caveat. A wizard has a lot of spells to choose from. They gain spells like...
No one's business.
Yeah.
They have a lot of room for spells.
Yes, they do. But a sorcerer has a very limited spell repertoire. They can only learn so many spells every level. As a matter of fact, there is an entire mechanic about forgetting lower level spells in order to replace them in your spell repertoire with higher level spells.
Yep. So that's where your limit is you only have so much access to the world of magic. You don't have books in which you can fall back and research and be like, this is how fireball works once you've forgotten it. You have to remember it.
So yes, so for once, the anime protagonist bloodline has actually been curtailed with the fact that your anime protagonist doesn't know all of the fancy spells. Yes, that's correct, Artemis. So, like I said, you, as a sorcerer, you gain your spells from what is referred to as your bloodline. Basically, somewhere farther back in your ancestry, somebody had sex with something. And this is
There are other ways to say.
Listen, Abra, I know the people who hang out in your Discord. They are all terminally horny.
Not all.
Alright? So I'm not even going to beat around the bush. Anyways.
Scott, I love you and your community. That is a bit of a turn. I do apologize if anyone was not expecting that. It's
This is an 18+ stream, kids.
Yeah, I know. It's just. Whew, it was a bit of a turn. I'll only remember this forever. I didn't say it. It wasn't me. It was my DM. I swear. It was my GM.
But anyways, Nana was a big dragon fan. Yeah, Monte, that right there pretty much sums up what I can imagine most of these kobolds are going to be made.
Look, hold up. I have to get one clip off of YouTube for Twitch that is relevant to this situation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me get it. It's from the Zeldathon account.
Here we go.
Alright, shorts. Yeah, I mean, if there's any big furries in chat...
Oh, this one. God damn it. Yeah, that's...
Yeah. If there's any big furries in chat... I said that at a charity event.
Yeah, you did. You did. So, anyways, getting back on track. Basically, something happened farther back in your bloodline, and with you, it has decided to manifest. Obviously, everybody who's playing a kobold sorcerer is going to go for the draconic bloodline.
Immediately what I clicked on.
But there are a lot of options here. As you can see, we've got undead, psychopomps, phoenixes, hags, celestials, genies, demons, devils, elementals, fae, all sorts of shit. As a matter of fact, yeah.
Worm blessed.
The important thing to take away from this, though, is there are what we refer to as spell casting lists. Now, in traditional 5th edition / 1st edition D&D Pathfinder, you basically had your spellcasting broken up into 2 schools: arcane and divine. Wizards were arcane, clerics were divine, and that was it. In 2nd edition Pathfinder, there are 4 separate spellcasting disciplines. There is arcane, divine, occult, and what was the 4th one? Primal.
Primal, yes.
Your wizards are your arcane casters, clerics are your divine casters, bards are occult, and druids are primal. So based on the spell, the bloodline that you are about to choose, you are going to choose which spellcasting tradition you are going to be based off of.
Let's see, Wormblessed. You lay claim to the might of dragons, but your powers are sacred instead of arcane. Born from the worship of draconic might, so powerful it infused your blood. Or, perhaps, from a celestial or draconic power blessing one of your ancestors has received.
Yeah, that certainly sounds about right, Tank.
We'll go with that. So we've been worm blessed, which now means we can select our draconic bloodline type.
So we're going again. This is kind of specialties in regards to here. So let's pick one of these.
Well, we are a brass kobold, so brass. The good metallic dragons and their damage types: brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver. The evil are chromatic, black, blue, green, blah, 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 blah. Imperial dragons and their damage types are forest, sea, sky, sovereign, and underworld. For the Dragon Breath focus spell, the area is now 60 if it's a line, or 30 for a cone, or 10 for a burst if you are based under an umbral dragon. So basically, by being worm blessed, this directly affects that dragon-scaled kobold breath we took earlier on, where its range originally was a 30-foot line, I can now snipe from a distance with 60 foot. That is 3 movement. That is 25, 25, and 10 worth of movement. An enemy has to go through a full turn of movement before they get to me, and I can hit them with my fiery breath, thanks to this.
Yep. But if we could go back to the other bloodlines, I'd like to explain what you get from other bloodline. No. The traditional, yeah.
Yep.
So let's just click on the draconic bloodline for a second. Okay.
The blood of dragons flows through your veins. These beasts are both fearsome in combat and skilled at magic.
As you can see, we have another big chunk of change right here. So, to start off, if we choose the draconic bloodline, we get a spell list. This is that spellcasting tradition I had mentioned earlier. So, as a dragon bloodline, we cast off of the arcane spell list. Our bloodline skills are Arcana and Intimidation, which means that through the act of choosing the draconic bloodline, we are automatically trained in the Arcana and the Intimidation skills. Granted spells. So, one of the things you get as a sorcerer bloodline is you have access to specific spells from that bloodline. So as you can see, our cantrip, which are the 0-level spells that we can cast all day, every day, is Shield. Then we get True Strike at first level. Second spell level is Resisting Energy. Then Haste, Spell Immunity, and so on and so forth. These spells are always available to you. You cannot, forget these spells, but at the same time, if you need to cast Shield, you are always able to cast Shield. Bloodline spells. Bloodline spells are a different kind of spells called focus spells. I'll go into that a little bit. So basically what focus spells are is...
Oh, excuse me.
Focus spells, the way they work is rather than having a spell, a normal spell slots, you have these thing called focus points. Every time you cast a focus spell, rather than using a spell slot, you use up one of your focus points. Now, the difference between spell slots and focus points is, in order to regain your spell slots back, you need to take a full 8-hour rest. For focus spells, it's 10 minutes per point. So, as you can see here, for bloodline spells, we have Dragon Claws, Dragon Breath, and Dragon Wings. Which means that at any time, we can use, rather than one of our very limited spell slots to cast the bigger spells, we can use a smaller spell slot. We can use the focus spells to throw out other stuff, other spells. And then there's Blood Magic, which is just kind of flavoring that you can take. This is extra abilities you can cast just for the fact that you have the Draconic Bloodline. Which in this situation is, Draconic Scales grow briefly on you or one target, granting a +1 status bonus for AC for 1 round. Not bad as far as, a panic button is concerned. Because in Pathfinder, +1s can save your life.
Yep, Pathfinder has a whole system of how crits work that is different from the traditional roll 20 get crit.
We will go into that when we get to combat.
Yep. Also, there's this whole section about the dragon type. Not the one that's weak to ice and fairy. At first level, choose the type of dragon that has influenced your bloodline. You cannot change your dragon type later. This affects how some of your bloodline spells function. And then it goes into the details of what dragons are what. We could take a look at your kobold later, but let's finish this kobold and we'll continue building it out so that way, everybody is on the same tier. But we'll take a look at things afterward. So now we can go in and we'll select brass as we are brass, and that will give us the 60-foot line that comes with being that. Wonderful. So there we go. We have completed a basic character, but wait. There's this gear up here.
Yes. So we have finished the ABCs of our character. But as you can see, we still have some very important things we need to choose from. So, we have our boosts. So, as I'd mentioned before, we gain a number of ability boosts over the course of character creation. From the start, we have the boosts we gain from our ancestry. So we have our locked-in boosts to Dex and Charisma, and our locked-in penalty to Constitution. In this situation, we can choose another ability. However, we cannot choose Dexterity or Charisma for our first one, because we already have a boost to that. So in this situation, Abby chose a boost to Intelligence. Our background, if you can remember, was the Magical Misfit. She is going to choose a boost to Dexterity, which is good, boost AC, as well as one to Charisma. Again, we want to get our Charisma as close to 18 as possible. Our class ability is Charisma. We get a native boost to that. And then, at the end of it all, we are handed 4 free boosts to dole out as we please.
We're immediately going to put one
Charisma,
in.
getting us that coveted +4. Dexterity, not bad, a +3 to our AC. Constitution, because nobody wants a negative Constitution modifier.
Yep,
and our last one is going to Wisdom, because sometimes if the DM asks, do you really want to do that? You have to know that the answer to that question is always no.
And there we go.
So,
We see we've changed the 4 to the check.
Those are our ability boosts. So now we go over to skill training. Now, as you can see, we've already got a couple of these filled out. We have our training in Arcana and Intimidation from our bloodline, our Draconic bloodline, as well as our lore, underworld lore from our Magical Misfit ability. Do we have another training? Can you just scroll down? Okay. So at this point, we have two skill trainings from being a sorcerer, +1 because our intelligence modifier is +1. So now Abby is going to choose 3 other skills that she wants to have this kobold trained in.
So building this kobold up to this point, this kobold is infused with draconic blood, can breathe fire. I think that this kobold that we have built fully believes that they are a dragon trapped in a kobold's body, and will use deception to trick others into thinking that they are as such, and performance into tricking those to think that they are a dragon, that they are at the level of a dragon, that they are at the strength of the power of a dragon. But in their heart of hearts, they know that they're a kobold, and they will use a little bit of stealth to get around situations that aren't the best for their current form. And there's our skill training.
Yep. So that's our skill training. So every skill that you see has a red T next to it. We get extra to it. So, for example, for Deception, which is a charisma-based ability, we have a +7. But Diplomacy, which is also charisma-based, we only have +4. Because we get the +4 from our charisma modifier, but we don't have training in it. So let's go to the last one.
Extra.
Yes. So we also get 1 free skill training from our... Actually, where the hell do we get this from?
I think this is from our bloodline.
From the bloodline. So Abby has 1 more to choose, and she will choose...
So our kobold wants to believe that they are a dragon, and will muster up everything they can to be a dragon, but is still kobold. So I think in that mindset, in that world that they live in, that maybe a little bit of athletics. They do have the strength in their heart, and when they do believe, they can pull great feats that not many kobolds can, lifting heavy stones, and, beating back opponents and breaking from grapples that they normally, no one would think a kobold could, but yet they can. And that's our kobold.
Yes. So, that is how you take a character from conception to level 1. But there's still a few other things we need to fill out. We have character creation, but now we need to choose their gear, their spells, all of the important things. So the important thing to remember about character creation is let's do spells first. Spells are where the important stuff is going to go. So, let's choose our sorcerer spells. Okay. So, as you can see here, what we have here, we have 2 levels. We have cantrips, and we have spell levels. So, cantrips, spells in general, are numbered from level 0 to level 9. Cantrips are level 0 spells. Now, the funny thing about cantrips is that they are low powered, but you can cast them at any time. You can fling them out without having to worry about burning any resources. They are free. Now, as a sorcerer, we know 4 cantrips plus our bloodline cantrip, which, if you remember, was shield. And then we can choose 4 other cantrips.
We have tons of wonderful cantrips here. Big
Yes.
list. But of course, our dragon-like kobold will kind of build a little bit more into the lore that is that dragon kobold. And let's take a look at these fire-based ones. I see Eat Fire. Trigger, you would take fire damage. This is a reaction cantrip. You consume and ingest the fire, making it less harmful. You gain a resistance 5 to fire damage until the end of the current turn. During the remaining duration of the spell, you can use the Belch Smoke action. The spell ends if you fail unconscious, inhale, or exhale, including speaking. Belch Smoke, a single action, you exhale what remains of the smoke, ending the spell and creating a smoke cloud with a 5-foot radius around you, in a 5-foot burst within 20 feet. So, within 20 feet of you, you can deposit a 5-foot sphere of smoke. All creatures within the smoke are concealed, and all other creatures are concealed to them. The smoke lasts for 1 minute or until dispersed by a strong wind. So not only can I negate fire damage, but I can use it to shield myself in a cloak of smoke. We see Ignition. A spell attack of 2d4 and gets a +7 to its AC. Range 30 feet, targets 1 creature. You snap your fingers and point at a target, which begins to smolder. You make a spell attack roll against the target's AC, dealing 2d4 fire damage on hit. If the target is within melee reach, you can choose to make a melee spell attack with flame instead of a ranged spell attack, which increases the spell's damage to d6s. There's also conditions for a crit success, where on a critical success, the target takes double damage and gets a bonus 1d4 persistent damage. Well, if you were to crit, not only do you double your damage, they're on fire! I believe Dancing Lights is, no, that was not the one that Dan was using. Produce Flame, that's what this was. A small ball of flame appears in the palm of your hand. You lash out with it in either melee or at range. Make a spell attack roll against your target's AC. This is normally a ranged attack, but you can make a melee against the target if your creature is in unarmed reach. On success, you deal 1d4 plus spellcasting ability modifier fire damage. On a crit success, the target takes double damage. So, very simple. Basically, is similar to Ignition. I'm not sure there is much of a difference between this and Ignition, so we'll hold back and keep with Ignition for now. Let's find something else, since they kind of do the same thing. Well, as our little kobold would rather not be in direct combat with people, let's get something to get him out of those negative situations. So another thing that we can see is under our spellcasting list, we can see Arcane, Divine, Occult, and Primal. These lists have different spells in them, but some spells do exist in multiple slots. So on Arcane, we can see Light, but in Divine, we have Light as well. So you don't have to worry about, oh, this spell's really cool, but I see it in Arcane. It might also be in your spell list too.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. So the thing is, you have to remember there are spells that are spell list exclusive. Generally, a lot of your healing spells, you're not going to find them in the arcane list. And if you want good damage dealers, occult is not where you should be looking. But that you're mostly just going to need to like open up Archives of Nethys and just start looking. Just see what you got. So at first level, we have 2 spells that we can fit in our spell repertoire. What are we selecting?
I'm looking for something good that continues to kind of flow with it. I'm thinking Warp Step. When you walk, the earth warps both. When you walk, the earth warps beneath your feet. Your steps extends, distance contracts, and everything is just a little bit closer. You gain a +5 status bonus to your speed until the end of your turn. You then stride twice. You can use Warp Step to burrow, climb, fly, or swim instead of stride if you have the corresponding movement. So basically, you burn 2 actions, but your movement goes from 25 to 30, and you get a bonus movement on top of that. So you do burn 2 actions, but you do get one of them back for movement. Where if you're using Warp Step, your whole goal is to get away. And while this isn't as good as moving the 75 that you would through all 3, this also has Warp Step with burrow, climb, fly, and swim, which, if you remember, certain kobolds are very good at climbing. But this doesn't really work with us because we don't climb or fly or swim or burrow like a lot of traditional kobolds. Let's just take Illuminate. You light all non-magical light source in the area to use as fire. You light all non-magical light sources in the area that use fire to provide light, such as candles, lamps, and scones. You can choose to make the emanation smaller than its maximum to any distance of your choice. If a light source is attended by an unwilling creature, that creature can attempt a reflex save to snuff out the light before it becomes noticeable. So now I'm starting to try and think how that works, because we have a cantrip where I eat fire if I take fire damage. I'm wondering, is there ways that we can use the fire to combo with our crafty little trickster kobold? Maybe the kobold put down some oil and lit a fire to intentionally take the fire damage to eat it and then create the smoke cloud. You can start to see how Pathfinder 2e likes to build little combos that can build into very big things. Pathfinder is a game that loves little combos that turn into really, really fun things. Let's find something else to help us out. Yeah, it's all about synergies. There's a ton of amusing synergies that can be done here. Read Aura. You focus on the target object, opening your mind to perceive magical auras. When the casting is complete, you know whether that item is magical, and if it is, you learn the School of Magic. If the object is illusionary, you detect whether... you detect only this effect... If the object is illusionary, you detect this only if the effect's low level is lower than the level of your Read Aura spell. So if you were to take a look at a vase, you can see that it's got a trap. Some sort of spell has been cast on it. You know that somebody did something to that vase. It is not a normal vase. Or if that vase is an illusion and you need to steal it, and you know that vase is an illusion, and it was done by somebody who's a lower level spellcaster than you are, you immediately know that's an illusion. That's not real. That's a trap. Things like that. There's a lot of really fun things there. Scatter Scree might be fun here. With our little kobold that thinks they're a dragon, they slam their foot into the earth and create a 30-foot area of 2 5-foot cubes. A jumble of rocks is evoked in the area. The scattering of rocks deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier to creatures in this area with a basic reflex save. The ground in this area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. A creature can interact to clear the square of this spree. So basically, you can kind of create traps that not only do damage on arrival, but make it difficult for opponents to get to you. So if there's a point where people can get funneled through, this scatter scree can make it much more difficult for them to get to you, which for a class like this is probably very important. Alright, so now we go on to our first level spells.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Yeah, just remember, all that stuff we just did, that's all the first level stuff. So, we have a Bloodline spell of True Strike, which, as I said, is always going to be with us as long as we have spell slots to use.
Yep, so this, though Pathfinder 2e does not traditionally have advantage, this is one of those times where we see advantage. True Strike. A glimpse into the future ensures your next blow strikes true. The next time you make an attack roll before the end of your turn, roll the attack twice and use the better result. Traditionally, this is known as advantage. The attack ignores circumstance penalties to the attack roll, and any flat check required due to the target being concealed or hidden. So this is a great way to get around the opponent sitting in a cloud of smoke that you've created. They can't see out, but you can get in. And then we have our level 1 spells.
Mm-hmm.
So let's find something interesting. Good old Fear. The little kobold thinks he's a dragon so much he can muster his spell-casting ability to plant the fear of a dragon into those around him. Fear is a very pretty simple spell. For those of you who know what Fear is, it's good old Fear. We'll grab it. Let's take a look at the other end of the list and work our way up and see if we find something neat. Oh, Scorching Blast. You evoke a mass of fire into the air around your outstretched fist. For the remainder of your turn, you can blast targets within 30 feet with this fire by spending a single action, which has the attack and concentrate traits. When you do so, attempt a ranged spell attack roll. If you hit, inflict 2d8 fire damage. On crit, the target takes 1d6 persistent fire damage. So, this is one action, but you can burn your whole turn on it by starting the blast and coating the battlefield with 30 feet of fire from your fist. And there we go. That is our basic spell list. But wait a minute. We see focus spells up here and rituals. We're
not going to go into rituals because those are a little bit more specified.
Yep.
But if we look at focus spells, as I said, at level 1, we have Dragon Claws.
Vicious claws grow from your fingers. They are manifested unarmed attacks that deal 1d4 slashing damage and an extra 1d6 of damage of a type determined by the dragon in your bloodline. So you deal not just 1d4 damage, but 1d6 fire damage as well in this situation. Also, your scales from blood magic glow with a faint energy, giving you resistance 5 to the same type of damage. So, as you can see, you not only get the claws of a dragon, but you tap into the fire of the dragon as well.
And as I said, these are focus spells, which means that you have, they use a different resource pool than your standard sorcerer spells.
Yep. That's what this focus point is here. We start with 1, but we can get more later with certain feats.
Mm-hmm. And now that just about takes care of everything except for equipment. Now, every starter class, every starter character gets a base gold pool of 15. So you have 15 gold to use on. Now, as a little side note to everybody, most of the classes have what they call starter kits. So if we open, add gear, and scroll down to, where's that going to be?
Looking for... Maybe it's under gear. Kit. Sorcerer.
Kit, Sorcerer. So right here, you can see this is 2 gold, 3 silver, 2 copper. If we buy this, it's going to fill out most of the stuff we need at basic level. It has...
The Adventurer's Pack, which is included in each kit and contains a backpack, bedroll, 2 belt pouches, 10 pieces of chalk, flint and steel, 50 feet of rope, 2 weeks of rations, soap, 5 torches, and a water skin. But it also comes with a couple weapons.
Yep.
20
you
swinging
have
bullets.
A sling, a dagger, as well as 2 sets of caltrops. So let's go ahead and buy that. Alright, and as you can see, we've got all our stuff. So if we go over under weapons, you can see that we have our dagger, which we can use as both melee and ranged.
Hey, look at that. That finesse we saw earlier. You can use dex instead of strength.
Yes. So these are what we refer to as tags. Basically, everything in Pathfinder 2nd Edition has a number of tags that apply to it. Basically, depending on what specific tags a weapon or a feat has, dictates what it can associate with. So this dagger right here, this has the agile, the finesse, thrown, and versatile trait. For weapons, those 4 are very good. Agile means that if you are attacking multiple times in a turn, you take less of a penalty. Always important. Finesse, as Abby said, finesse allows you to use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength for your attack rolls. Thrown means that this melee weapon can be used as a thrown implement. You can huck this thing up to 10 feet and still get a good attack in. And finally, versatile. There are 3 different kinds of melee damage. Piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning. Pretty much all self-explanatory, but different monsters will have different resistances to different types of damage. You're not going to get too far by using a sword to slash at a skeleton. And that mace your cleric is wielding is not going to do much damage against a zombie. But swap them around, that mace is going to be great against the skeleton, and your sword is going to cut that zombie up down to size. So being able to switch on the fly between 2 different kinds of damage is very useful. So I think at this point, our adventurer is ready to move over to the battle map.
Yes. So, would you like to pass me the invite to Roll20?
I sent that to you earlier today, I believe.
Oh, let me find it. Ah, there it is.
Yes, it did. Alright.
Alright, so now, as the map loads in,
Yes.
this is your very basic window. First things first, when it comes to Roll20, nobody is using the mic and camera built in. We're probably working with Discord, so you could turn those off and just not worry about it. As for video display, something that I like to do, so I don't see all of this down here, is I turn avatars to name only, and I just keep them at the bottom. It's going to say join video. Just click that off and never worry about it again. And there we go. That's the personalization that I like to do right out the gate. Makes my life a little easier. There it is, the beginner's box.
So, the unfortunate thing is, we have just finished creating our character in Path Builder. Unfortunately, there is no way to translate that character over into Roll D20. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to do this
The old-fashioned way.
Yep. So, Abby, I have just given you a character sheet in your journal. If you would be so kind as to take some time to show these lovely people how to operate the character system in Pathfinder, I'm going to go take a quick bio break.
That's fine. So what I've did in the 5e basics is I clicked on my character here, which pulls the page up in the middle, and then there is a pop-out button. So we'll do that again, nice and slow for you guys. You see our character shows up here. We're going to hit this button at the top left to pop out the window. And then, using windows, I'm going to just bring the windows to the left and right, have my tab of my character over here, and my character sheet over here. And we'll begin importing things the same way we built everything before. So, I don't know what our character name is. We are, John McDragon. Not a very kobold name, but the first thing that you want to do is give yourself 1 hero point. What is this? We'll find out in combat, because a hero point is going to be very important, and you always get one at the beginning of your session. Ancestry and heritage, we are a kobold, but not just any kobold, a dragon-scaled kobold. We don't have a deity, but if you wanted to add that flavor, you're more than welcome. Player name, that's me! XP, we're not running on an XP-based system. We don't have to worry about it right now. But if we wanted to, we could. Sorcerer is our class. Magical Misfit. Size, small. Alignment, chaotic. Chaotic, I don't know. And here, now we can start to actually start building this out here. First things first, we have our ability scores. So we can take our score base here, and we can find our class. So we see up here, we have a 0. This is a 10. This will be a 16. That gives us our +3. Our con is 0. Our int is 12. And this is just clicking the gears next to the numbers. Our whiz is 12. And our charisma is 18. Boom! There we go. It automatically imported the numbers in, and it automatically added the bonuses over here on the skills as well. So diplomacy automatically has the +4 that comes with our high charisma. So, as we continue on, we can continue to fill things out over here. We know that our AC, we are trained in unarmored. Oh, we just have to tell it that we are currently trained. There it is. Our saving throws, we are trained, and expert in our saving throws, which you can see show up here properly. We have our trained in fortitude, giving us a 3. Our trained in reflex, giving us a 6. And our expert in will, giving us a 6. So slowly, the sheet is reflecting what we have. Now here, we go to Arcana, and we change this to trained. We can see that it's become the +4 that is over here. Athletics, we are trained. We can see it's updating as we go through. Alignment, funny, nice. Deception, trained. Intimidation, trained. But don't worry about the lore. We can add those in at the bottom. Performance, trained. Stealth, trained. Lore, underworld. And we are trained in underworld lore. If underworld lore didn't live off int, we can also customize what it lives off of here as well. We can input our languages down here at the bottom right. Draconic. And common. And we had 2 bonus languages, but we're not going to need those for this. We have a bonus sense. Dark vision. If you want to add the note for dark vision, you can down here. But for now, once again, one of those things we don't need to worry about as much. Our perception, we are trained in perception, which gets it up to 4. Alright. We are trained in simple weapons. That is it. We come packed with our unarmed fist, but we also have our sling and our dagger. So we will add our ranged dagger and our sling. So we will add our sling. You add half of your strength modifier positive to damage rolls with a propulsive weapon. If you have negative, you just add your full strength modifier instead. So, this weapon is heavily dependent on my strength, but it is a bludgeoning damage of 1 dice at size D6. That's it. On hit, it gets a +6. So, we look for this. This is off of Dex, and we are trained with it. So there is our 6. We are trained plus 3 plus 3. There it is. That is how it works. And there we have our sling. We can also add our thrown dagger if we want, but I will not do that at the time. We don't really need to worry about it because we are only going to... I did dragon, not dagger. The dagger is agile, so we can swap our immediate AC bonus to Dex. We are trained in it, so that gets a +6. The damage is 1d4 and is piercing, but can also be slashing. And we know that this is an agile and finesse weapon with the ability to throw for 10 and is versatile. But I'm not going to worry about those for now because we really don't have to. We're not going to dig that deep into the weeds. A lot of flavor can be added here in the notes. And there we go. We have our basic attack, our sling, and our dagger. If we come back over here to roll 20, if I hit the sling, it automatically does the whole dang attack for you. You can see that my attack rolled a 19, and I would have done 2 damage bludgeoning. But if I crit, I would have done 12 damage. And then, let's, if I want to attack with my sling, or wait, not my sling, my dagger. You can see my dagger has agile finesse, damage 3, piercing or slashing, and the crit, don't worry about it. Usually crit will be double damage, so the crit roll is just in case your weapon does something else. So here, the crit would have done 4 damage, not 12 damage. But it's nice to imagine. Damage is damage. Yep. We can also come over here and add our hit points as well. So we get 6 from our ancestry, 6 from our class. There's our 12 HP. My cat told me your cat wants treats. Artemis, can you check on the cat food real quick? If you're busy, you're busy, then I'm not gonna bug you.
My cat told me to tell you your cats want treats.
Thanks, Sonic. Alright, and now we can go over here to our spells and start importing everything as well. We know we've got a focus point. Actually, I can click off of this. And come over here to our spells and add Dragon Claws, which we could just be nice about, hit the plus, and basically just copy-paste everything in here. We know Dragon Claws, we know this is a 1-action thing, this is base level 1. This duration is 1 minute. We can add the notes here, just copy description. We are brass, so it is fire damage, but we know that, so we don't need to worry about typing it out. And if you want to paste the heightened effects, you can, but we are not going to be at 5th or 9th level, so we don't have to worry about these.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do here is we can add the damage. So we know that this is going to do damage. This is going to do 1d4... I'm a Baja Blast.
Again.
Slashing damage. With a 1d6 of extra fire damage. So, there's a way to do this.
And I'm tiny. Alright, well, I guess I'm small now.
But in theory, that means that this should be... this adds to my unarmed attacks, so I can build this out as if it is an unarmed attack. Which, I believe, goes off of my strength? Plus 3 for my trainedness in it. So we can test it out back here on roll 20. So we see that my Dragon Claws would hit with a 20. I would have done 4 damage, and an additional 4 fire damage. Fun.
Me when Abra is Baja Blast.
That's something else. Alright, so now we can add our cantrips. We have Eat Fire. We can just, once again, copy-paste. Eat Fire, put it here, press Enter. And we can change this to Reaction here in the Actions zone. And that's it, just copy-pasting that. Was that the Fortnite big? Yes, yes, that was that noise. It's a very powerful tool. Alright, you snap your fingers and point at a target which begins to smolder. They make a basic, spell attack. So, make a spell attack against the target's AC, dealing 2d4... Not 4d2. 2d4 to fire damage. If the target is with melee, you can make a melee attack as well, which makes it 2d6 as well. But, if we want, we can also add the lines for crit success here. And success. And because this is a cantrip at level 1, we could use a level 1 spell slot to heighten the cantrip to level 1. So we could add another d4 to the spell, making it 3d4. And the crit damage is another d4. And if we're in melee, that becomes 3d6. Ignition's pretty cool. Illuminate, pretty simple. We're just going to grab that. And scatter scree. Once again, we're just copy-pasting a lot of data right now, but it's very easy to do that. Damage is 1d4 plus 4. And we have a reaction here, so we are going to... I'm going to actually move my butt over to the other side. That way you guys can see this better. So, this triggers a basic reflex save. This will automatically, when I hit Scatter Scree, say, hey, anything that's making a reflex save has to beat the 11 that's here. And this is the damage that happens. So you can automatically pack in a lot of information into this to get it built up and working. I should probably fix up my DC and whatnot so it actually, is working. Make everything trained. Alright, we have 3 first level spells a day. So we'll add those after our cantrips at the bottom. And we know that we do not use any innate spells, so we can turn them off. And that way you don't see them anymore. And it just keeps this nice and clean, which is nice. We are a spontaneous spellcaster. Alright, so now we can come in here and get our other spells. We've got True Strike. one action. Got Scorching Blast. So 2d8 fire damage. On crit, they take persistent damage. Cool. So we're just getting everything built in. Ignition, we can go back in, add our fire damage by just hitting the gear. And finally, we've got Fear. This is 2. So we change it to a 2-action spell. And we can also make sure we customize everything to say that these are all under the arcane tree as well. That way they pull from our arcane casting ability. You don't have to worry about the spell school for now, but it is something good to know for the future. And Fear, which we will put in our information. They have to make a will save. This is a normal will save. They have to... This is where we do a lot of copy pasting for crit success, regular success, failure, and crit failure. And these will invoke a condition, which we'll talk about later. And that is basically the character imported. We don't have to worry about adding much inventory here. If you want, you can, and you can keep it managed here, or you can keep it managed on the site as well. It depends on how you want to be able to use this. It is all up to you. But at this point, our character has been imported into the box. We have John McDurgan here in the Pathfinder Beginner box, ready to face... What is the Pathfinder Beginner box anyway?
Pathfinder Beginner box is a product that Paizo puts out that pretty much serves as an all-in-one tutorial for playing Pathfinder. It, the physical product itself contains some pre-generated characters. It gives you all of the tokens and everything else you need to run a hero, as well as a nice small 2-level dungeon to run your characters through. So right now, I'm going to move your token over to the first level of this campaign.
I need... Chat, I need a kobold picture. Get me a kobold picture. Just a generic kobold. Quickly as you can.
Safe for work, please.
It's just the face.
Here I go.
The heck is... Okay. Well, we'll see who DMs me first. That's a heck of a link, Grim Monkey. I don't think that's how that one works, though. I don't think I can put that into the web browser and that'll work. Just copy the image and paste it in a DM to me. Isn't Abra a generic kobold? Wait a minute! How dare! I'm getting attacked. But anyway, in the bio and info, we can edit that and upload an image, which will be used as the character's profile and token. Ah, side effect. What a good kobold! Oh my goodness! Look at that kobold. That is John McDurgan with his dagger, and we'll call that a sling on his back. Alright, let's go to desktop, and yeah, there we go. And now we can give a default token as well, so we'll just go into paint.net and make this guy. It actually works incredibly well because we have a red dragon as well. Or red kobold. Look at John. John is such a good kobold. I hope John has a pleasant day today. We'll find out.
Yeah.
The DM will choose what happens to John, and we'll see. But the great thing is now we have John here. I'm going to take this sheet over here to the side. We'll focus on the battle map. And the great thing is, you take John from here and drag them right here.
Already put him in.
Oh. Oh. Well. And right here on roll 20, we can click on our icon. We'll see 3 things show up. We can fill in these bars with whatever numbers we really want. But the numbers that you're probably going to want to put in here for the red bar, I like putting my HP. And something that I've seen people do is they put their AC in the green one so they can always see what their AC is offhand. And if you have a spell system that requires a certain amount of charge or something like that, that's what the third one's good for. But there we go. John has walked into this situation. What situation is John in right now?
And the situation John is in right now...
There's a rat. There's a rat.
There's a rat.
Is it a good rat?
It's a bad rat.
All right. So John, that's
that
a big.
makes all of the rules. So we are in a situation here where our little kobold sorcerer is directly confronted by a rat, and that rat is currently interested in biting off as much of this scaly little drumstick that he can get sink his teeth into. So, we are going to demonstrate for you combat.
Sorry to all the rat fans out there.
Right now, everybody who has any familiarity with Dungeons and Dragons is going to recognize this phrase, roll for initiative.
Before we do that, it's important to know in Roll20, there is the automated initiative counter right here. You'll see the turn order that I'm clicking and moving right here. If we take our sheet, we can see we have an initiative button. If we click on our character, we see all the buttons come up, and then we take our sheet and click on initiative, it automatically rolled it and put us in the list. We can see we've got an initiative of 14 this combat.
Now, for those of you who don't know, initiative is calculated as thus. A roll of a 1d20 plus your wisdom modifier plus any additional modifications you have to your specifically to initiative. So in this situation, the rat is going to roll, and he rolls.
That's a very perceptive rat.
That is a very perceptive rat. A lot more perceptive than this little kobold. Now, so in this situation, the rat rolled higher, so the rat goes first. Now, as we've mentioned before, there is the 3-action economy. So in this situation, the rat has a few options. Rat does not need to move because his dinner is right in front of him. So, in this situation, he is going to move forward, and he is going to attack.
All right.
Hang on. That didn't work. 1 second. Hold on.
Rat's attack didn't work.
Rat attack. Okay. So, what we have here, we have the attack roll, which is 1d20 plus the strength modifier plus any extra bonus that the rat has. So the rat does not have any strength. It has 0 strength. What it does have, though, is it is very good at attacking with its jaws. So we have an attack roll here of 15. Now, we take this 15 and we compare it to the target's AC, or armor class. So, Abra, what is our kobold's armor class?
Lucky enough, it's 16.
Okay. Now, I have been DMing for quite some time, so I have a house rule that if a target number is equal to the difficulty class or DC of what it's trying to meet, the tie goes to the defender. So in this situation, if our rat had rolled a 16, then it would have been a tie with Abby's armor class, and he would have rolled he would have defended against the attack. So the thing is, this rat is still interested in taking a bite out of its opponent. So now he's going to attack again. 11. Now, I'd like to point something out here. We have attacked twice so far in this round. We have incurred what is known as the multiple attack penalty, the MAP. Keep your door jokes to yourself, please. The multiple attack penalty says anytime you use an action that has the strike trait, you take a -5 penalty for the second strike action you take in a turn, and for the third, you take a -10. Now, in this situation, the rat's jaws attack has the agile trait, which means that -5 is now a -4. So in this situation, he takes a -4 to his roll. He had initially rolled another 15, but since he took a -4, that 15 is now an 11. He is still not attacking. He has still not breached our AC. So now we attack a third time, and as you can quite plainly see, with that -8, our 9, which was the native roll, got bumped down to a 1. Can you see any of these, or am I just...
No, your rolls are not showing up on the side.
Oh.
Oh, you have to... I think you have to, like... Yeah, it's... Yeah, you have to, like, move it to a layer or something. I don't know.
This is bullshit.
It is what it is.
Well, anyways, I rolled a 1. So, general rule of thumb, if you have anything else you can do during your attack, during your turn, attacking more than once is not necessarily ideal. So, there are multiple different actions that you can take as during your turn, besides just moving and striking. As I am sure Abby is about to show.
So, the kobold will turn, looking down at the rat that had tried to eat it for dinner. And it's like, yeah, no, I want dinner, and you look tasty. So the kobold will take a moment to point at the rat and cast ignition to try to make himself a crispy little treat. And we've just hit a crit. The attack rolled a natural 20.
Okay, so in this situation, crits work differently than they do in Dungeons and Dragons. Traditionally, in D&D, you only crit if you rolled what is known as a natural 20. Your D20 roll came up as a 20. This, for the longest time, was the crit. In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, you crit one of two ways. One is, as we can see here, we have rolled a 20 on our attack roll. That's a crit. Another way that we can crit is if we roll 10 plus the target, the target difficulty class. So, in this situation, the armor class of our rat is 15. If we had rolled a 25, even if that 25 wasn't a natural 20, we would get, we would have plus, that would count as a crit. Now, there's 4 degrees of success in Path of Exile and Pathfinder. There is a critical success, regular success, failure, and critical failure. If you roll 10 over your target A's target difficulty class, that's a critical success. If you roll 9 or higher, that's a normal success. If you roll 9 or lower than your target, that's a failure. If you roll 10 or if you roll less than 10 of the target, that is a critical failure. For normal attack rolls, crits are simple. You just do double damage. So in this situation, we rolled a 4 for damage, so the critical damage is 8.
But they are within melee range, so that gets bumped to a 1d6, which is not what it was natively rolled. It's a 3 plus 1d6.
Yes. So in this situation, that is circumstantial to the spell. You will see for a lot of spells, they have what they refer to as normal saving throws. So when that happens, that basically means is that the target makes a saving throw of the appropriate kind. Fortitude, will, or reflex. In this situation, if the target critically succeeds that saving throw, they take no damage. If they normally succeed, they take half damage. If they fail, they take full damage. If they critically fail, they take double damage. So the degrees of success introduces a new variable to whether or not you pass or fail. So in this situation, how much damage was actually done to the rat?
So the 5 damage gets doubled into 10 damage, plus the after effect of ignition. I roll a 1d4, and that is persistent fire damage on the rat, as the rat has been lit on fire, and it's going to take 4 persistent damage.
Mm-hmm. So that right there has killed the rat. Just right off the bat, the rat is dead. Here's another problem, though. This rat is gone. But now... Whoop, hang on. Whoops. Undo. There. But now we have 2 more rats. And now our little boy is surrounded.
Unfortunate. Now, my 1 ignition was 2 actions. Did these rats appear during that moment? Or is it still my turn? Or is it their turn now that they have suddenly appeared?
For the sake of the lesson I'm trying to impart, we will say that these rats appeared in the moment after you barbecued that previous rat. So at this point, you still have 1 more action.
Okay. Seeing as our friend is surrounded and knows that they're going to be in a bad situation, let me make sure I wrote it down correctly from Path Builder, but Scatter Scree, there it is, over here, is a 1 action. Yes. Oh, no, it is 2 actions. Never mind. That will not work in this situation. They will use their Bloodline spell of Shield, which I don't know if I actually put on the sheet. Uh-oh. Oh, let me see. Let me quickly add Shield. But Shield is a 1 action cantrip that will very much help out in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so shields up. That's good. So now the rats get their own initiative. It's 9. The initiative was 9.
Ah.
However, this is directly after Abby has just gone, which means that now the rats get to move. So now in this situation, this is what we refer to as flanking. Okay? Flanking counts when 2 allied creatures can draw a straight line through the space that an enemy creature is occupied. So in this situation, that is a straight line. Abby is flanked. When you are flanking, you are what is known as flat-footed. Now, flat-footed simply means you take -2 to your AC. So in this situation, even though we were able to bump up our AC to 17, we now take a -2, which means that we're down to 15. Net loss. So in this situation, our first rat over here is going to attempt to take a bite himself. And he has rolled a 20. Not a natural 20, just a 20. So that counts as a hit. So in this situation, Abra is going to take 6 damage.
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And there's something else. You also now are exposed to filth fever. So what this is right here, everyone, this is an example of saving throws, okay? So this rat has a class ability where if it succeeds at a bite attack, the target is exposed to a disease called filth fever. What this means for Abby is that they need to immediately make a fortitude roll. A fortitude saving throw in order to break off the effects of filth fever.
I rolled a 10, which is not that good.
You rolled a 10. That means... Hang on one moment. Reds. You are exposed to filth fever. The DC for saving against filth fever is 14. Now, the way diseases and poisons work is a little bit complicated, so I won't go into too much about that. But to explain to you for this situation, at stage 1, Abby is nothing abrasive happens immediately. However, after that, they would need to make another saving throw to try and keep from progressing to stage 2. So why don't you give me that saving throw right now, Abby?
So what was that? Just another
fortitude saving throw, please.
Okay.
These are also known as
these are great. 2 sessions in a row.
You've got my luck right now.
I know, right? I would like...
Abby has contracted filth fever and has failed their second saving throw. So now they progress to stage 2. Which is actually quite useful for our circumstances, because now we can explain conditions. Conditions are basically status ailments. What this means is that if you are exposed to anything, you can get any of these conditions inflicted. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. In this situation, Abby, you are sickened 1. A lot of conditions are going to have numbers after them. Sickened 1, frightened 2, wounded 3, etc., etc., etc. In this situation, sickened is described as thus. You feel ill. Sickened always includes a value. You take a status penalty equal to this value to all of your checks and DCs. You cannot willingly ingest anything, including elixirs and potions, while sickened. You can spend a single action retching in order to attempt to recover, which lets you immediately attempt a fortitude save against the DC of the effect that made you sickened. On success, you reduce your sickened value by 1 or 2 if it was a critical success. Now, in this situation, Filth Fever has a little caveat. It says, the sickened and unconscious conditions from Filth Fever don't improve on their own until the disease is cured. So in this situation, Abby is able to attempt to retch to remove the sickened condition. However, she's still going to have Filth Fever. So, Abby, why don't you attempt to retch up to remove the sickened condition?
All
That
right.
will be another fort check, please.
6. This is going miserably for John.
Yep, this is going miserably for John. So right now, Abby takes a -1 to all checks and DCs. This includes armor.
Yep, so now we're down to 14. The good thing is there is a reaction on shield. While the spell is in effect, you can use shield block reaction with your magic shield. The shield has hardness 5. After you use shield block, the spell ends and you cannot cast again for 10 minutes. So, Shield block 5. How does that work?
Shields work special in Pathfinder 2e. In other editions, you just carried a shield on your arm, and all that meant was you couldn't wield a two-handed weapon or use that arm for anything except hanging your extra AC 2, right? In Pathfinder 2nd Edition, in order to gain the bonus AC from using a shield, you have to spend an action to raise the shield. When your shield is raised, you have you have a special reaction called Shield Block. Now, what this means is you can use your shield to basically take a portion of the damage that otherwise would have been inflicted by the attacker. So in this situation, Abby can take that 6 damage that the rat was almost going to inflict on her, and she can take 5 of that damage and put it on her shield. So which means instead of 6 damage, she only takes 1. This is useful for fighters, especially those on the front lines. Unfortunately, what this means is that the shield is now gone, so she loses the +1 armor class that she gained from the spell.
Oh, I am not -13. I am. Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
I'm at
that would be bad.
My AC has been reduced heavily down to 13 as of the result of that.
And now we're going to have this second rat behind her come up and bite her again. Okay. This time, nothing happened. It was only an attack of 10. For the purpose of learning, I'm going to forego these 2 giant rats' remaining 4 actions, because that's just going to end in Abby getting eaten to death. So I'm going to allow Abby to go again.
Alright, it is at the top of my turn, and I still have the Sicken condition. I can use an action, but if I choose to do that, then I lose actions for doing something else. But what I plan to do is only going to use 2 actions. So I will take the moment to try to resolve the Sicken condition using another Fortitude check. I am going to use something known as my hero point.
So, every player, every PC in a side effect, how often would a DM do this anyhow? Take it easy on a player. Does the term killer DM mean anything to you? Generally speaking, most dungeon masters try and play rules as written, which basically means that they will interpret everything written in the books as literally. And more often than not, they will use that as an excuse to pretty much wipe out their player characters.
Some DMs have kill counts that are massive and take pride in their kill counts.
Mm-hmm.
And yet some players find that fun, losing and re-rolling characters, but not everybody.
In my experience, I have found that it is more fun when the players are enjoying themselves rather than when players are trying to re-roll new characters. I am not a killer DM. I try and be fair.
I will say this. There have been times where you have granted additional hero points to players for creative and intuitive, let's call them, interpretations of the verbiage in the books.
Yes.
Where if a player is smart, knows what they're doing, or just knows how to have some fun, a good DM will lean into that a bit more.
Yeah. So let's go into hero points. Every player, every PC has access to hero points. A hero point is basically what happens when you turn around and say, hold on, I want to take a mulligan on that. A hero point is everybody starts every session, not every day, every session of the game you start off with 1 hero point. If over the course of the session you do something that your your game master interprets as overly, incredibly heroic, outstanding, or very guileful, open to DM interpretation, they may decide that that can be awarded with an extra hero point. On your turn, you may use hero points to do one of 2 things. 1, you may use a hero point to re-roll any dice, any die you threw. So, if you need to re-roll an attack roll, if you need to re-roll a spell throw, or if you need to re-roll, in this situation, a saving throw, you can say, I'm going to hero point that. And you can elect to re-throw that die. So, why don't you go ahead?
My fortitude is awful.
Yeah, this is what happens.
Yeah.
The other way that you can use hero points is you can choose to spend all of your hero points and stave off death. We'll go into death and dying shortly. But right now, Abby has the rest of her turn.
Alright, so the kobold, surrounded by these magical rats that are being...
Not magical, just rats.
Well, these rats that are jerks, is going to
They are
hold out both of his hands and activate Scorching Blast.
Mm-hmm.
You evoke a mass of fire around you in an outstretched fist. The remainder of your turn, you can blast targets within 30 feet of this fire by spending a single action, which has the attack and concentrate traits. When you attempt to do so, you attempt a ranged spell attack roll. If you hit, inflict 2d8 fire damage. On crit, target takes 1d6 persistent damage. So, this rat here, on the left, that just attacked, will take 5 fire damage. Well, his AC is 15, so we know that the 17 will hit, but not crit. Why did you... That's actually very well timed, I will say.
Yeah, side effect. That's exactly... that's pretty much what it means when it comes to hero points. It's pretty much gold stars, but you can exchange those gold stars to turn your F into a B-.
Yeah. And is that rat still alive, or is it dead?
No, the rat's still alive.
Then it will continue to lay that fire into that... actually, I don't remember if for Scorching Blast I'm going to have to re-roll Scorching Blast on every successive hit per action, but I believe I actually have to.
For the remainder of your turn, you can blast targets within 30 feet with this fire by spending a single action, which has the attack and concentrate traits. When you do so, attempt a ranged spell attack roll. If you hit, you inflict 2d8 fire.
Okay, then they will, with their other outstretched hand, try to hit the other rat as well.
Okay. All right.
22 hits.
One rat is dead. The other rat is not. So now this last giant rat is going to continue to do what the giant rat do and try to bite. That's another hit. That's going to be another 2 damage. He's going to attack again with his -4 multiple attack penalty. That's a 7. And then he's going to attack a third time, again with his multiple attack penalty. So, he just rolled a 13. I know you can't see it. But as I mentioned, that 13, Abby's DC is currently 13. Actually, no. Her DC is back up to 15 because she is no longer flanked.
Yep.
So, again, this just kind of demonstrates. My 3 rolls were a 20, a 7, and a 13. This is generally demonstrating you're really only going to be doing those second and third attacks if you're what we like to refer to as fishing for crits.
Mm-hmm.
You're searching for that elusive nat 20 to fill it all out.
Yep.
So that's 2 rats that are dead. But you see, Abby, I got a slight problem for you. Here's a third rat.
Wow, these rats just keep coming.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a swarm of them.
Oh, I think John might need to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, I think John might need to get the heck out of there.
How did John get down here in the first place?
I honestly have no idea. You tell me, Abby. You're the one who's controlling John.
Well, what ways do I have to get out of this situation? There is this cave, but it seems like that's where all the rats are coming from.
This is true. And then there's there's that staircase that's over to the left, but you don't know where that goes either.
How did I get here?
If only you had
How
a
did
fruit
I
of
get
the Pied
here?
Piper.
This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife.
Well, I think it might be time for our lovely John to get to somewhere better that isn't going to get them killed. So we're going to use the ruler tool to see how far we can get with 25 feet. And it looks like we can get to the base of the stairs with 25 feet. So we'll spend one movement to get there. Then with the ruler, again, we can get up most of the stairway.
In this situation, Abby has just left what is referred to as the threatened square. Generally, every token on the battle map has what they refer to as the threatened square. Basically, it is the range around the creature that creature can reach out and quote-unquote touch someone. Now, these rats do not have attacks of opportunity. However, if they did, when Abby left their threatened squares, they would have had the ability to reach out and try and attack them.
So, these rats and this position are in a line of 30 feet. Let me see if... Where is... Did I... Might have not moved over my dragon breath, which probably would have been a good idea. But my dragon breath isn't technically a spell. But it is 2 actions. 1d4 damage. Though the problem is 1d4 damage is not going to be enough to kill these rats.
Maybe.
No, they have more than 5 HP, so 1d4 is not going to be enough. But a line is still a line, and a scorching blast is a scorching blast. Oh. The problem is, John is in a bad situation, so now we have to wait between... Do we just get John out of this situation? Go up to this door at the top of the stairs and hope that there's salvation at the other end? Or do we have him fight off the next wave of rats only to keep the onslaught coming? John, in this situation, is getting the hell out.
Mm-hmm. So, but that is true. So Abby has just demonstrated the ability to move. As I said, your speed dictates the amount of distance you can cover per movement actions, known as strides. However, it would be kind of boring if we just kind of left it right there. So,
What are you?
that's a giant spider, Abby.
Why is there a giant spider on the other side of this door?
Because I put it there because, honestly, at this point, I kind of wanted to effectively demonstrate a few other things.
Oh!
So, the spider here has an ability called Web. Whoa.
We don't see it on my side.
Oh, wow, I just got a syntax error when I tried to cast Web.
Ah, good. I guess it's broken the World Wide Web.
Mm-hmm. So in this situation, the spider has an ability that it can pretty much make a ranged attack to try and entangle Abra in the web. So I'll just roll this as normal. This is a 1d20 plus 7. That's 12. Plus 7, that's a 19. Abby, you are currently ensnared.
Oh no.
Yep. So, So right now, you also are not only sickened, you are also grappled.
Oh no.
Yes, yes. So in this situation, with Abby grappled, grapple. You can use the... Okay, no, I'm sorry. That's the wrong one. Okay, grapple. I'm sorry. No, this isn't... You are restrained. That's the condition I was looking for. You are tied up and can barely move, or a creature has you pinned. You are flat-footed and immobilized, and cannot use any actions with the attack or manipulate traits, except to attempt to escape or force open your bonds. Restrained overrides grappled. So, in this situation, flat-footed, which I had already said, you take a -2 to your AC, and immobilized, you cannot use any action with the move trait. If you are immobilized by something holding you in place, and an extreme force would move you out of your space, the force must succeed at a check against either the DC of the effect holding you in place, or the relevant defense of the monster holding you in place. So, Abby, you are... all webbed up. And the spider, apologies to anybody with severe arachnophobia here, you might want to mute this next part.
You might
The
want to turn
spider-
off closed captioning as well, just for a moment.
Yes, the spider descends upon a sticky string of thread, looms over you, and pierces your body with its 2 fangs. It makes a fang attack. And, oh. That's a 24. I just rolled a 24. A nat 20. 24.
Ouch.
Yes.
John is not in a good situation.
John just took 16 damage.
John is on death saves.
Okay. We can turn closed captioning back on now.
Okay, you can turn... Someone tell
Hang
John...
on. There. The spider's gone. Okay, so John has now been put in a situation where he has taken more damage than he has HP left. John now has the dying condition. Yes, exactly. I'm now going to explain the dying condition. When you are playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and you take more damage than you have remaining hit points, you do not take negative damage. You immediately fall unconscious, and you now have the dying condition. In this situation, Abby is dying 1. What this means is that Abby now has to make flat checks against dying. Okay? So at this point, the check Abby needs to make is going to equal 10 plus her dying condition. So, in this situation, Abby, please give me a 1d20. A flat 1d20. 7. So, Abby has just failed her first dying check, which means her dying 1 now goes up to dying 2. Now, in this situation, if Abby was smart and had a party, somebody could come up to her and attempt to revive her. In Pathfinder 2e, if you receive any healing while you are under the dying condition, you immediately recover. You immediately lose the dying condition, you regain consciousness, and you regain the amount of hit points that you are being healed for. If they do not have access to to healing, magical or otherwise, they may also attempt a stabilization check. At this point, there is nobody else who can help Abby. So at this point, she is going to make another flat 1d20 roll against the DC of 12.
Oh,
16.
goodness. I live.
Well, that's the thing, Abby. You succeeded a roll. So in this situation, your dying 2 is now back to dying 1.
Yay.
So I'm going to need another roll, please. 16.
Yeah, my doubles come in handy for once.
Abby has successfully succeeded at another check to stave off dying. They are now dying 0, which means that they have lost the dying condition, which means that they are now only unconscious.
Just unconscious.
Just unconscious.
Just a little unconscious.
Just a little bit unconscious, in a cellar that has 2 rats and a spooter. And both those rats and that spooter are also very hungry. And unfortunately, Abby has no means of waking herself up from dying.
This might be a good point for us to close on John's story. And let's just hope that the rats and Spider found each other and fought each other. And we'll just say that that's what happens.
Indeed. So, that is the basic fundamentals of Pathfinder. From character creation to your basic combat. There is a lot more in-depth in regards to the system, lots more conditions, actions you can take. You can attempt to disarm foes, you can attempt to trip, grapple, shove, you can demoralize, you can feint. There is a lot of options that you can do. Generally speaking, if you can think, hey, in this situation, my character could XYZ, and you bring it up to your DM, if your DM knows the system, they could probably turn around and tell you an exact action that you can take to fulfill that ability.
Oh, I immediately, the moment I saw the spider, had a creative idea, but I did not get the chance to use it. Since spiderweb is pretty flammable.
Now, as Abby is saying, they had the thought of being able to light the spider webbing on fire. Now, this is the part where what we refer to as DM fiat comes into play. The rules in any tabletop RPG are pretty extensive. However, they are not all inclusive, which means that whoever is DMing is going to need to stop right there and make a decision. Whether or not they will say, yeah, okay, the spider webs will take extra damage from fire, or turn around and say, nothing in the rules say that the spiderwebs take extra damage from fire. Either option is valid. However, you need to talk to your dungeon master. You need to be able to go to them and say, hey, this is what I'm looking at in this situation. What do you think? The important thing to remember in any sort of tabletop RPG game is Rule 0. And Rule 0 is everybody should have fun. So that is the rule that I take to heart. So in situations where my players decide to waste time ripping every door off of the dungeon in order to club to death 11 zombies that are standing in pits, or one of my players decides to reverse gravity in order to completely damage lock the boss, everybody enjoys themselves. So it's the kind of thing where you just kind of got to say, is it worth it to ruin everybody's fun just for the sake of an actually? Because the thing everybody should remember, in Dungeons and Dragons, in Pathfinder, and all of these things, the game is not player versus game master. It is the game master who is creating the world that the players inhabit. So yes, the game master presents the foes, the challenges, the circumstances that the players find themselves in. However, this is not the only role that the dungeon master serves. They are not only the foe. They are the curator of the game. They are the purveyor of loot. And in some situations, babysitter. I'm just gonna outright say it.
You can tell one of the many stories that we've had.
As a dungeon master, you are equal parts storyteller, referee, and babysitter. Because sometimes people are gonna come up with some really, really stupid shit, and the only thing you're gonna have to do is just groan and deal with it. But I'm going to tell you this. It's those instances where one of your players decides he's going to create his entire character around being a puppet and that he's going to pretend to be a ventriloquist dummy in order to get the drop and shoot people. Those are the kinds of stories that your gaming group are going to tell for years. And I think that's more important than anybody, quote-unquote, winning at Dungeons & Dragons. Any questions?
Yeah, no, this is the time for you guys to come forward. If you have any questions about Pathfinder, about what we've discussed tonight, about this mini campaign that we did, or the campaign that we are playing currently on Friday nights on this stream, our Pathfinder 2e Kingmaker campaign, if you have any questions at all, please feel free to field them. I know that earlier in chat we did have somebody bring their sheet forward and be like, can you take a look at it? And we're more than happy to...
I think in this situation, I think we can close out by giving somebody's character sheet, pop it up on the chocks, and take a quick look at it. If they're still in chat...
Yeah, Grim, was that you? If you want to share your sheet, we can take a look at it and
absolutely friggin' lootly.
Yep. We'll just say John Cobalt's perfectly fine. Oh yeah, the other thing that a DM is every NPC.
Yes. That was part of referee, but yes.
You will need to get funny voices. You will need to get many voices. You will need to figure out personalities and mannerisms and all sorts of fun things. And I'm excited to dig into it for my first time.
Okay. So let's just start off with Grim, and then Artemis, I'll get back to you. Grim, you said you're asking about familiars. Can I ask what class you're currently working on?
Because there are... yeah, there it is.
Okay, let's take a quick look here. Path Builder, we have a Kobold Mim. You are... Okay, you're a witch. Alright. So in this situation, a witch is one of those very interesting spell-casting classes that kind of has a lot of different rules about them. So I'm going to open up... the witch details, and we're going to look into its familiar. So, do you remember how I described the difference between wizards and sorcerers? Well, witches are different in their spellcasting as well. Witches, I'll read off right here. You weren't born with the power to cast spells, nor have you spent years in devotion to tomes, deities, or mystic secrets. Your power comes through a potent being that has chosen you as their vessel to carry forth some agenda in the world. This entity is typically mysterious and distant, revealing little of their identity and motivations, as they grant you spells and other magical powers through a familiar, which serves as a conduit for their power. A patron might be a deity or demigod, a coven of powerful hags, a fey lord, an archdevil, or a similarly powerful entity, or perhaps multiple such figures working in tandem. As you gain more of your patron's power, you might learn about more about them, or who or what they are. Certain combinations of themes and lessons suggest particular patrons or agendas, but patrons empower witches for their own secretive reasons, which they rarely reveal in full. So, you, at first level, you must select your patron, which you have chosen as Baba Yaga.
Ooh, Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga teaches you how to transfer spells into their objects and freeze your foes. A witch with Baba Yaga as their patron can choose an inanimate object as a familiar. If they do the spell, they can still gain master abilities and some familiar abilities that they don't require movement. The object familiar has no speeds and must select a speed familiar ability before it can move, coming to life in a way appropriate to the chosen speed and using the statistics of a normal familiar for that day. So, as Baba Yaga's as your patron, your spell list is occult, your patron skill is occultism, your hex cantrip is spirit object, and your granted spell is chilling spray. But you are specifically questioning about
the familiars.
Your patron has sent you a familiar, a mystic creature that teaches you and facilitates your spells. The familiar follows the rules here, so let me just... I'm just going to give you this page to help answer any questions that I might miss That page has all of the rules for how familiars operate. Though as it's a direct conduit between you and your patron, it is more powerful than other familiars. Your familiar has an extra familiar ability and gains an additional extra ability at 6th, 12th, and 18th levels. So the first thing we can describe right off the bat is your familiar has extra things that it can do. So, but the important thing is coming next. Your familiar is a source and repository of your spells your patron has bestowed upon you, and you must commune with your familiar to prepare your spells each day using your witch spellcasting. Your familiar starts off knowing 10 cantrips, 5 first-level spells, and 1 additional spell determined by your patron's theme. You can choose these spells from the common spells of the tradition determined by your patron, or from other spells of that tradition that you gain access to. So, the important takeaway from this right here, Grim, is the fact that your familiar is basically going to act like your spell book. It is going to serve as the repository for your spells. So, have you chosen your spells yet? You have chosen your spells. Good. So, that's the first thing you need to remember, is that your familiar is your spell book. Each time you gain a level, your patron teaches your familiar 2 new spells of any level you can cast, chosen from common spells of your tradition or others you gain access to. Feats can also grant your familiar additional spells. Your familiar can learn new spells independently of your patron. It can learn any spell on your tradition's spell list by physically consuming a scroll of the spell that it possesses that takes 1 hour. So, literally, you can feed your ability a spell scroll that you want it to learn.
Yeah, you're familiar.
So learn a spell exploitation activity to prepare a special version of a written spell, which your familiar can consume as if it were a scroll. You and your familiar can use the learn a spell activity to teach your familiar a spell from another witch's familiar. Both familiars must be present for the entirety of the activity, the spell must be on your spellcasting tradition's spell list, and you must pay the usual cost of the activity, typically in the form of an offering to your other familiar's patron. You cannot prepare spells from another witch's familiar. If your familiar dies, your patron replaces it during your next daily preparations. The new familiar might be a duplicate or a reincarnation of your former familiar, or a new entity altogether, but it knows the same spells from your former familiar new regardless. Your familiar's death does not affect any spells that you have already prepared.
Yep,
so great. To answer your big question, the purpose of your familiar is to serve as your spell book. Your familiar is the go-between between your patron and you to learn how to cast these spells. On that page I have given you, there are other basically magical little things that your familiar can get. So at first level, your familiar can gain almost any of the abilities listed here under familiar abilities. Okay? As a follower of Baba Yaga, you must choose... Your familiar is an inanimate object. So your familiar can't move unless you choose to give it speed.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, the pets menu is locked behind the paywall on Path Builder, so you would have to do this independently on your on a separate sheet that the DM would provide you. So on John McDurgan's sheet, his sheet would be a separate sheet. Like, you would get a separate sheet where your, where you would put your pet.
Grim, I highly recommend that you bookmark that familiar's rule page that I just posted to you. So that way you can reference that to answer any specific questions.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot that is going on to it, and you'll basically build your familiar as a second character.
Yes, that is correct. All right. I think that's as good as we can do for Grim. In this situation, you are absolutely allowed to turn like your staff into your familiar. That's absolutely. Yep.
Yep.
That is correct.
If you wanted to take a poke out of J.K. Rowling's book, you could make your familiar a hat that's on your head that talks sass to you all the time.
Why would you want to do anything that J.K. Rowling thinks is cool?
Because she stole that from something else. If I remember correctly, the talking hat that sorts you is apparently stolen from something else.
I mean, she pretty much stole the entire concept of adolescent wizard school from one of Sir Terry Pratchett's books.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, the whole story of Harry Potter is basically Luke's story. It is an orphan that lives with an uncle repressing their powers until an old man comes along and teaches them the way.
I mean, that's gonna go back into the whole thing of the hero's journey, but we're not going to get into that. Yeah. But no, absolutely. I think the Palisman concept from Owl House would work very well with what you're trying to do here.
Oh, yes. If you want to build a character that is, is just a big old reference to the Owl House, go right ahead and do that.
100%. Perfectly valid. Yep.
But if you want to build a character like that, go right ahead. That's the fun of it, is it's an inanimate object. I want a chair to be my familiar. You can do that. You can just carry a chair with you, and it just is like, why y'all sitting on me? You could do that. You can 100% do that if you want. That's the fun of it. Alright, I know our Thomas had a question up ahead. I think the only questions I have here are the different types of spells. Focus, innate, cantrip, and regular spells.
Okay, so basically, the different kinds of spells focus, innate, these are sources of where the spell is coming from. Generally, a spell is a spell is a spell. The difference between innate spells are basically spells that you gain from some sort of class feature. So, for example, if we're going back to Grimm's character, let's go back to John. Let's go back to our original Kobold.
Mm-hmm.
We had
I'm gonna name him so that way I can actually figure out where he is.
So as you can see here, we have bloodline spells. Those count as innate spells. We have those spells based solely on the bloodline that we have chosen for this kobold. That counts as an innate spell. We can't lose that. We can't change that. We can't do anything about that. We are always going to have shield. We are always going to have true strike. That's just what happens. Focus spells are different spells that we gain through taking feats, right? As I've mentioned, focus spells use a different resource than normal spells. They do not use prepared or they do not use spell slots. So we can cast Dragon Claws without using up any of our cantrips or our first level spell slots. However, we're going to burn a focus point. And we gain focus points by meditating. Basically, we take 10 minutes and we regain our focus points. A lot of classes that had 4th level spellcasting in Pathfinder 1st Edition, they have their limited spellcasting replaced with focus pools. So we don't gain focus spells through leveling up the same way we gain spells in our spell repertoire. We gain focus spells by taking feats that give them. Does that make sense?
Yep. We're waiting for them to type. I can hear them typing at the other side of the room. And I know while Artemis is answering that, Side Effect did have questions on the action system as well, but we'll wait for Artemis to get that in, and then we'll address that question.
Okay.
Give Artemis a minute or two. They might be figuring out how to, like, verb there.
Yep.
Yep. Now you explained the action system, which is fine. I got it through demonstration. Ah, okay,
Cool.
okay. Alright, cool. We'll just make sure we've got... Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to word it. Ah. So innate ones are, like, built in. They come from, like, my John McDragon is part dragon. He has that built in, which is why that bloodline spell of True Strike, Shield, and, you know, those spells are innate. They are in him. They are part of him. They just come naturally as being dragon. The focus spell of Dragon Claws is not coming from a spell's source as much as it's coming from some other source. It is not. It is a spell in the sense that it is still a spell, but it does not come from the cantrips pool. It does not come from our normal spell slots because it lives on the focus system, where it refreshes every 10 minutes. So follow the same rules as normal spells then. So if you have an innate at level 2, it uses a level 2 spell slot.
That is correct.
Yes.
That is correct. If we go back to the normal sorcerer spells, if Abby casts True Strike, that is still going to burn a first level spell slot.
If a question regarding pets, I have to create an account and pay $5.99. Should I do that? No.
No.
You do not need to do
really
that
not
for
worth
this. It is not worth it unless you're going to be playing Pathfinder a lot. You do not need to give them money. I did that because I have multiple characters I'm managing, and I'm doing a bunch of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff with ancestries that comes in Pathfinder that is locked behind the paywall, and it's just a lot easier for me to get that so I can see everything properly and get it all properly built out, because I do not want to make my character incorrectly. And that's fine. But when it comes to this, if you're going to be building out a second character, it's better to just build out a second sheet for them, and that's it. Archives, yeah, the Archives of Nethys should have everything that you need.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any more questions or any more asks? Maybe John McDragon will come back in the sequel, don't worry. I don't know, he'll be a side character in the background of, like, one of our adventures, I don't know.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah. Alright, well, I am always poking around Abby's Discord server, so if you ever have something to, you need clarified by me or Abby, just at me, and I will be available.
Yep, I was part of the first campaign started with Pathfinder 1 between us back in 2016, 17?
I want to say 16 or 17, definitely.
Yep, and then, yeah, you need to pick a spell based on what you are trained in. John McDragon is the narrator. Gosh.
Yes, so Grim, you chose Baba Yaga as your patron, which means that you have to choose spells from the occult spell list. If you change your patron, you can change your spell list, but generally you can't really do that until after. You can't really do that after character creation. But talk to Abby if you think you need to make a change.
Yep. We're currently still in the planning times section.
So you could totally make that change if you need to.
Yep. Yeah, no, we haven't put characters on paper yet, so, we haven't put symbols on page. There is a lot, so don't worry, you've got time to change things. We're probably going to wait a couple weeks while we get everybody's timing set up and everybody fills out the form, because it looks like we have enough to run 2 groups, though I probably need to pull punches a little bit for session 1, because it looks like one group might be 5 and one group might be 4. And if that's the case, then, maybe somebody else grabs John McDragon and, takes him for a spin. I'm okay with that. John's a cool little dude. Maybe this time he comes down with friends. He reloads the save properly. Who knows?
Well, in that situation, if I am no longer needed, then I am going to talk to you all later.
Yeah, no, this was fun. I'm very happy we did this. It was a very fun stream.
Yeah. Alright then. I will see you all next time.
Yeah, I'll see you next time. All right,
Bye.
Bye! Ah, here I am in a jar. Alright, it is 9 o'clock. I don't know if we're gonna do anything more past this, or if we're done for the night. I'm not sure. Thanks, Robert. Let me see really quick. 1 second. Alright, then what we're probably going to do then is we are going to go and give a raid to a fantastic friend of the stream. Whether you're here on your own behalf or you're coming in from a raid, stick around. We are going to give a raid to Sarah Sass Creations. She's a wonderful weasel, and she's currently also streaming with Dan Bun PNG. They're 10 followers away from their goal, so if you guys want to give a follow, that is appreciated as well. I'm gonna hit the pause button, I'm gonna hit the raid button, and then I'm gonna hit the end stream button. And we're gonna go say hi to a wonderful weasel. Make sure you give both Dan and Sass Creations a follow. They're both fantastic. They're both friends of the community and just wonderful people in general. But you all have a wonderful night. I'm going to sit back, relax, maybe share a Crunchwrap Supreme with my boyfriend, and watch a weasel. But you all have a fantastic evening. Stay wonderful. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Exactly. Dre, how bad? For the context, me and Dre, my partner went out to Target just like an hour ago.